Well, hello there. Good morning, good morning. 9 o'clock in Ninja Ball's towers. Broadcasting towers, I should say. Welcome on in, everybody. Happy weekend, happy Saturday. Whatever time it is for you, it is 9 o'clock exactly here in sunny Somerset. Adam the Explorer. Give us a follow a while back. Thank you for that. Ahelt, good morning. Zanzion, good morning. Hello. Let's flip on over to that loading screen. See what delights the game has in store for us today. How's everyone doing today? Ahelt, I'm glad you're here. Or if you haven't already gone grocery shopping. I took your suggestion to heart and thought, you know what, we really should do some story time on stream. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do today. Although I don't have the quest active, that's weird. Last thing I was doing on this character was Clockwork City. RP is a fisherman. No. RP is a tourist in Clockwork City. Look at the outfit. Check it out. Genuinely themed for the Clockwork City. Got everything. Got my Dwemer / Clockwork stuff. Bit of a motley mix of styles, but whatever. It works, right? Hell yeah. Didn't think I'd pick the story option. I aim to surprise. Just ask Maya. Anyway. Right, so the deal here is to... Come on. Zone guide, continue story. Only 2.8k channel points to sexy trailer voice again. Welcome to Ninja Pulls, the home of ESO nerdery. I don't know. I guess I do need the channel points to really inspire me, but there is actually fishing in Clockwork City. There we go. I don't know if my voice and throat have woken up sufficiently yet for all that kind of nonsense, but welcome on in, everybody. I'm going to do my best to make this a really fun morning hang. Although, to be completely honest, I'm a little bit low energy, since I did look at Twitch revenues for the last month. I did a bit of Googling, and it's not just us. Loads of, like, even really big streamers are saying ad revenue is completely gone off a cliff from Twitch. I don't know what's going on, but it sucks. It's not what you want to see. What I do want to see is Kirith Vanos. She is just such a fun character. Always a delight when she and her bros show up. They've been in loads of stuff. So they were in the Pact story. They showed up in Hrothgar. Obviously, they show up again here in Clockwork City. They're on Vardenfell also, I'm fairly certain. Google's Twitch revenues, yeah. On the one hand, comforting to know that, like, big streamers that are so big that you know who they are even though you don't watch them, have been reporting crappy ad revenues recently. So it's not just us, you know, it's not a Ninja Balls thing. I should change the pet. We should go for something Clockwork or Dwemer, shouldn't we? What have we got? We got the Skeevaton. Which of these pets should I go for? While we're here doing this story. I've actually got a lot more clockwork pets than I realized. Wow. So got this cool bug. A similar one, but in black. The Skeevaton, absolute classic. The things that occasionally will kill you in shame in Asylum Sanctorium. Like, they don't deal a lot of damage, but it can happen that you've just taken a couple of big hits, barely survived, and one of these things blows up next to you, and that is the killing blow, and then it's like, oof, I hope no one looks at logs. Scorpion, or the dragonfly. Yeah, people are saying they've lost like 90% of their revenue in 2025 from ads. Subs are still fine. But it's weird, isn't it? Like, what the fuck, Twitch? It may be to do with the war in the Middle East, and apparently they suspended the creation of new Twitch accounts or something in Israel and Palestine when it all started kicking off. And they got accused of anti-Semitism as a result. Blech. It's a whole mess. Leave me out of it, guys. But I'm just going to go with the fly for now, because that's cool. But yeah, let's not talk about that. I shouldn't have brought it up. Anyway, let's talk to Naramo. Needs our help with something.
Another newcomer. Well, if it isn't my second favorite assistant.
Screw you, second favorite. Let's actually turn... Dialogue is up. Let's have music up as well.
Well, if it isn't my second favorite assistant. What a fortuitous turn of events. I shouldn't be surprised. You have a knack for appearing when I need you most. I take it you haven't found a sponsor yet? Maybe we can help each other.
I swear I did this already. What do you have in mind, sir?
Initially, I thought we could rely on my ample charms to win us a sponsor. Unfortunately, the people here tend to value craft over the pleasure of my company. Providing some gift or service seems to be the only way to earn a sponsorship.
Have you found any potential sponsors?
Yes, a clockwork apostle named Varuni Arvel. Apparently, she's a member of the Congress of Calibration, the governing body here in the city. My associates, Kirith and Raynor, are already working on a plan to earn her trust. Will you help us?
All right.
This promises to be a fruitful collaboration. I tasked Kirith and Raynor with acquiring gifts for Varuni, but they tend to wander. Kirith's just there by the cliff. You should speak with her. In the meantime, I'll conduct more research. Questions?
Hey, Erin. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Well, regardless of the time in your particular part of the world. But it is just after 9 a.m. here. And since our regular trial group, the Don group, the famous Don group, is on summer break, no Asylum Sanctorium today. We normally spend a couple of hours in there from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. Getting, well, occasionally wiping in shame and hilarity, but generally getting some hard mode clears in. I think we're getting up to like 16 clears in that slot, which sounds really impressive, but when you think about it, each clear should be like a few minutes long. So 16 clears in 120 minutes actually isn't that good. But who knows? It takes time to reset and discuss and whatnot in between. Dong group, exactly. But yeah, in honor of the Don group and in honor of the mighty Mo, who's leading it and whose PC is giving him a lot of grief at the moment. I think he's trying to figure out what exactly is going on with it. We've all been there. Yeah, I thought I'd come to Clockwork City. I haven't actually never finished the storyline, which is insane, because A, I've been playing ESO for ages. Literally, like, it's going to be 6 years soon. I've been playing since beta, but I wasn't really immersed in the game, shall we say, until somewhere in 2019, So it's coming up to 6 years ago, yeah. Pretty crazy. Yeah, and so I thought I'd dive into the Clockwork City storyline for those reasons. Obviously, it's relevant to Asylum Sanctorium, one of the weirdest and most interesting trials. And I think by extension, this zone, one of the weirdest and most interesting parts of ESO in terms of story, and just in terms of the lore in general. The Tribunal and all that stuff is absolutely whack. I love it. Alright, Narama, how did you get here?
Seeing as you found your own way here, I suppose there's no harm in sharing my own methods. I just learned of a secret cave beneath the city of Mournhold that, until recently, was entirely inaccessible. Can you imagine?
Yeah, I can imagine. That's literally how we got here, dude.
Fearing that the Tribunal might seal it again, I set off through the cavern as soon as I could. It pained me to leave my usual cohorts behind, but this duo, Kirith and Raynor, have performed admirably.
Of course they have. These guys are the shit. Erin, this guy's character model looks a little bit old and out of place. It kind of does, right? Like, when it launched, no one was saying, God, this looks rubbish. But, yeah, these days, could do with a refresh, I guess. That's true. It's fine. Who are Kirith and Raynor?
A pair of dark elf explorers.
Insomnia, Aaron. Hello.
Their youth and endless sibling rivalries can prove irksome. But what they lack in experience, they more than make up for in enthusiasm.
It's such an interesting voiceover, this guy. Youth and endless, like, in youth and enthusiasm, that's exactly what he's transmitting. Whereas typically the high elf, you know, there's a bit more of a posh English accent going on. And an air of seniority. Do you know what I mean? That's generally how the Altmer are sort of styled. Vimy didn't join you?
Unfortunately, my illustrious bodyguard was away on personal business. I know better than to ask for specifics. I certainly miss her services, but one makes do.
So Narama, what you're telling us is that the voice actor wasn't available, so she got cut. Cool. Either that, or there weren't enough lines in the budget. The Law of Gears. I don't think we're going to read all of these. Like, if chat really, really wants me to read everything, everywhere, then I guess I'd be willing, but yeah, let's be real. Alright, let's talk to Kirith. That's what I wanted to do anyway.
So, that pompous high elf got his hooks in you too, huh? I told my brother Raynor we should go it alone, but any house in an ash storm, right? Speaking of Raynor, he might need your help.
Yeah, speaking of, Erin, the character models and costumes that look a little bit out of date. That is a thoroughly base game outfit, isn't it? Kirith, come on, it's 2025. Put that sass to work. Is Raynor in trouble?
Depends on your definition of trouble, I guess. He's down in the ravine, playing with the firepot spiders for some reason. He wouldn't tell me more. Unfortunately, those spiders have a tendency to, you know, explode.
Can you read all the books in some kind of sexy trailer voice? I don't know. I certainly wouldn't be able to do the Wesley Snipes, Stephen Dorff, Blade. I couldn't do that. I don't think I could maintain that for that amount of text. Khan's voice would die, yeah. I mean, clearly it is a thing. People who just have that gear. You know, like Wes Johnson, for example. There is a, I'm going to forget the name, but there is a guy whose name was Don something. It's very embarrassing that I can't remember now. But he was like, if you ever heard, if you've listened to any movie trailers where there is that sort of narration, in a world where, you know, that kind of stuff, he was the master. He would, Don De La Fontaine, actually, I think the name is. Basically, he did so much voiceover work for the Hollywood trailer industry. Just lived out in LA, just always busy, when he died, fairly unexpectedly, Wes Johnson was the guy that the industry sort of turned to. Well, they were like, crap, we had Don down for this. Who do we use? Professionals like that, just, they have that deep, sonorous voice in the first place, which I don't quite have. And then they can just sit there, both because of the training and the discipline, but also the raw ability, I don't have that. I just have a cheesy little impression that I can do. And to sustain that for several minutes would be difficult. Alright, so, why is Raynor down there with the exploding spider? Why would you do that?
Like I said, he didn't want to discuss it. Probably whipped up an automata disrupting spoon twirler or something. He gets like this sometimes. Just check in on him, right? He's clumsy and those apostles' mechanical limbs look expensive.
Alright.
Thanks for the help. Raynor's smart, but you can't smart a spider to death,
What will you do? Will I help him?
Well, Naramo said we needed something to offer this Varuni character, but from what I can tell, she doesn't really need anything. So I asked myself, what do you get the person who has everything?
What do you get the person who has everything?
A home-cooked meal, Argonian pottery, or information. Since I'm a terrible cook, and we're worlds away from Black Marsh, I think I'll go with the third thing. This brass fortress is brimming with gossip. I just need to listen for it. Wish me luck.
Safety walks. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, everybody. Hope. What do you get the person who has everything? Hope. Nice.
Thanks for the help.
Alright. Let's bounce.
Sergeant Baldan, this one has the gold you requested. Will you still sponsor me?
I gave you my word, didn't I? Come, Cat. We can discuss the specifics in my office.
1,000 blessings, Walker. Lankin has much to offer the Brass Fortress.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
Well, so I'm guessing we'll see him again later. Like I said, I haven't done this before. I mean, I've done this bit before. But never completed the entire thing. But I do love me some Clockwork City. I was so intrigued by it in when I first played Morrowind. And then when I found out there were 2 expansions for the game, I was like, oh man, this is going to be great. And in Tribunal, you do get to visit the Clockwork City, but ever so briefly. So yeah, you certainly don't get to see anything like this. Anyway, let's talk to Raynor. What's up?
Hello again. So strange. I'm glad to see you, but I must admit, the statistics are staggering. What are the odds of us meeting here, again, in an extraplanar space? Rhetorical, of course. Honestly, I'm glad you're here.
I love that you played the original. Of course, man. I've even played Arena and Daggerfall, but I'll confess, never finished Daggerfall, not even close. And Arena, I played Arena the way you would play a game like Skyrim or Oblivion. I bimbled around, explored, tried to do everything, and then I just gave up and rushed through the remainder of the main quest because I was like, wow, I just want to have it done, and maybe I'll come back. But Daggerfall is so huge and so buggy if you play it. Because of course, I completely missed it when it was new. And Zanzion, is Sam Sork beginner friendly? Trying to get the hubby off WoW Classic to come join me in ESO. I think so, yeah. But the thing is, obviously you don't need to be tied to Stamina or even Sorcerer if you're not that into it. But yeah, Sam Sork and Arcanist are definitely the two easiest classes to just pick up right out of the box. You get lots of power without having to really work for it. Yeah, very beginner friendly, I would say. Arcanist is clearly further ahead. And also, if you're looking for, I don't know, ways to entice a newer player to stay, Arcanist has that very cool vis effects and sound design as well. But yeah, Stamsork is a great choice. Alright, Raynor, Kirith sent me down here to look for you.
Kirith? So you've joined our band of outsiders.
That reaction. Whoa.
Welcome. Now look, I may lack Kirith's natural talent with a blade, but I can accomplish this on my own. Varuni's sure to sponsor us once I deliver this. Oh, who am I kidding? I do need your help.
What are you trying to do?
These firepot spiders contain a highly unstable oil-like fluid. The dangers inherent to acquiring it make it very valuable indeed. I discovered a way to prevent the spiders from detonating. But even diffused, they're more than capable of killing me.
Right. Yeah, Zanzion, I wish you luck with that. Honestly, this game really came to life for me when Maya and I started playing it together. And we were just doing story stuff. We weren't even doing anything that required much in the way of coordination. She just got a warden and made it vaguely tanky. You know, she was wearing some heavy pieces. But we weren't bothered about, like... I think we knew what Major Resolve or Major Breach was. And that was about it. But yeah, we just had such a blast in the Overland content. Genaria! Hello there! Good morning, or whatever time it is, wherever you are. Welcome on in, everyone. Welcome to Ninja Pulls. This is Khan. I will be your host for today. We're doing some story, which is something we don't do that often on this channel, actually. Oh, we do dungeon stories and stuff like that all the time. But just dedicated, like, single-player zone stories. Yeah, I'd like to make more time for that. Alright, Raina, can you siphon the oil if I disable them?
So you'll do it? Yes, of course. If you attract the spider's attention, I can use this tonal dampener to disarm their ignition coils. Just a simple matter of inverting their threat assessment array and... Sorry. I can get carried away sometimes.
Alright, you disable the explosions, I disable the spiders, then we give the oil to Varuni.
Expertly done.
Gotta get that Sulzan proc.
One more and I think we've got it.
There is, I'll be honest, I think back in the earlier days of voiceovers in gaming, this is more of a thing. But even today, there is a slight issue sometimes with getting American voice actors who are terrifically talented and everything, but to get them to do voices in a classical fantasy type of voiceover, you know? Give me your Legolas or Gandalf or that kind of trope voice. They always go British, and it works. But because they're not British actors, or they're not Antipodean or whatever, countries that tend to have Americans struggle much more with other accents, international accents than. So you're much more likely to find a Brit doing a convincing American accent, like Hugh Laurie in House, or Henry Cavill as Superman. Like Dominic West in The Wire. Fucking Stringer Bell, what's his name? Idris Elba in The Wire. Like, so many of these massive, iconic American characters are played by Brits. I don't know why. I guess it's just because Hollywood and American soft power is so dominant. But when it's the other way around, we can struggle. But when it works, like as in the case of this guy, what you get is a sort of an English-sounding accent, but with a slight exotic twist, which is probably not intended by the performer, but which makes him sound like he's got an exotic accent, like a Dunmer accent. That's a little bit of me, like, doing the work. Does anyone else get that? Or I'm a massive fan of voice acting, so maybe I overthink this stuff. But yeah, am I the only one that thinks that sometimes? Like, the classic example being Wonder Woman. Who's actually married to the president of ZeniMax Media. before he passed away, sadly. She has the most fantastic voice, you know, celebrated actor, all this stuff. But I found her voiceovers in Oblivion quite jarring when you'd be walking around hearing, "Where's Johnson?" and all these very rich, you know, fantasy typical types of voiceover, and then you'd hear some American woman like this. And don't get me wrong, like, wonderful performer, amazing voice, but the orcs and the Nord females in Oblivion, did anyone else have this? When they would talk to you, it was just, I don't know, it felt slightly out of place. Alright.
Brilliant! We really made short work of those spiders, didn't we? Here, you can carry the oil.
See, I think this guy's voiceover is great. It's low-key. It's never... That stupid dragonfly right in my face. So they hide the pet, but a lot of the vis effects from a pet will remain visible when you enter, you know, a dialogue like this, or when you use a crafting station. So yeah, don't be alarmed. Nothing wrong with the stream. Where should I take the firepot oil?
Take the oil to Varuni. Neramo said she has an office in the Clockwork Basilica. Hopefully this will be enough to earn a sponsorship. If you don't mind, I'll accompany you to the gate. Can't be too careful out here.
Sounds good. It's like I said, I've done all this before. I wonder why I probably just for cleanliness. In the same way that I clean up my inventory, just abandon quests that I'm not doing. I'm sorry, what? That's actually true, I'm glad you agree. Not just me, then. So he is down there. Okay. Well, that's me being dumb. I completely missed that. I'm sorry, what? Talk to Naramo in Clockwork City. I guess that is just a bugged marker then. I was right the first time. We should do a lore video on the Clockwork City. Because on the one hand, we all get it. You know, it's weird, it's very strange, and it's a separate kind of magic from that we see around us in the game typically. It's not the Aedra or the Daedra or sort of wizardry. It's a special kind of thing that the Tribunal can do. But it's so strange.
Again, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome,
Good luck
buddy.
in the Basilica. Such a pleasure when things go as planned, don't you think? Knowledge and strength of arms, working in harmonious concert. Now, if only I could get Kirith to see it the same way.
What puzzles me is that we're trying to get a sponsor in order to gain entrance, passage into the city, but we haven't got the sponsor yet, so we're allowed to enter the city in order to seek sponsorship. And evidently Kirith and Naramo have already gone in. What? The game is just begging you to go into first person for this. I know we've all seen it before, but that is such a great reveal. Hasn't aged. Still looks fantastic. There he is. Set, the man himself. Or the elf himself. I just realized he's got a whole Johnny Silverhand thing going on. With his left arm being metal. Johnny Clockwork Hand. I guess I should really use the polymorph, shouldn't I? To fit in. Can't see Johnny Clockwork Hand catching on, sorry. No. Love the walk on this polymorph. It's like when you go to see a small kid in a Christmas play or something, and and they just cannot behave naturally on stage. It's a little bit like that.
I don't care if he is a god. If Lord Vivek holds audience, so must Sotha Seal.
You've been told before, Villar. That's not how things work here.
Of all the rudeness I've ever encountered, I demand...
Demand what? A night in a cold cell? Because that could be arranged.
I like her. Luciana Pillow. Taking no shit from anybody. Nah, let's get rid of this. This is silly. More fun to actually have an outfit. We're actually heading in there. Cool. Johnny Sotha Silverhand. Alright. Jas Womanizer, you've just won Saturday. I love it. That's the one to beat, ladies and gentlemen. Johnny Sotha Silverhand. Actually been playing a bit of Skyrim. Cyberpunk. Maya and I've been playing it again recently because there are still a few endings and bits and bobs here and there that we haven't seen. Or bits that Maya didn't see in our first playthrough because I did it without her on stream or whatever. That's been a lot of fun. Man, I love... That is, I think, my favorite sandbox of any game. Like, give me the Elder Scrolls setting, I think, any time. But boy, they really did a great job with Cyberpunk. Holy crap. Both the micro and the macro, like the individual characters that you really end up caring about them in spite yourself, you know? And obviously they make use of all of the tech that they possibly can. Performance capture, the latest graphics, yada, all that stuff. But also the macro, like, it just the way that it feels like a real breathing place. I thought that was an amazing magic trick. Cyberpunk was amazing, yeah. It still is. They keep updating it. In fact, one of the reasons we booted it up is that they updated it with a massive new patch just like 2 days ago. A bunch of new vehicles have been added, new quests. You can now do this thing where you can set your destination on the map. Boink, you just place a marker, you know, a little bit like this. And then you get in your vehicle and you hold down G and the vehicle just drives you there and you don't have to bump into everything on the way. It takes a bit longer, but you can like pan your camera around.
And just as I promised,
you know,
my
like this.
assistant arrives. You brought a gift for our sponsor, right?
That's a lot of fun. Yeah, sorry, Narama, I'm making you look bad.
You did bring a gift, correct? Give it to Varuni without delay.
Greeting, Auxiliary. Is your friend correct? Did you bring an offering?
How cool does she look as well, actually? This pet is starting to annoy me. I might actually just ditch it. Where are we looking? Let's go with the ski baton. Come on. Look at this little guy. Alright, sorry. Oh, Varuni.
Greeting, Auxiliary. Is your friend correct? Did you bring an offering?
Yep, explosive oil harvested from dangerous firepot spiders.
Firepot oil. Tremendous. And you managed to keep all 10 fingers. I'm impressed. Thank you. Now, to the matter of your citizenship. You're clearly a capable warrior, but in the Clockwork City, mental precision is of paramount importance.
That's another really nice voiceover. Holy crap. How can I prove my mental fitness?
A number of outsiders have gone missing in recent weeks. I fear someone might be abducting them, or worse. But I have no proof. I spoke to your friend Naramo, and he insists you can gather the evidence I need. Succeed, and I'll sponsor you all.
Alright, Narama and I will find the proof you need.
Try to keep this inquiry quiet, all right? In the Clockwork City, even a small creak in the gears can draw curious eyes.
Who are you? It's so rude. Who the fuck are you?
Provost Varuni Arvel, ranking Disquisitor in the Congress of Calibration. Before you ask, yes, I'm a bit young for such a tenurial position. Fortunately, Lord Set established a true meritocracy here. One day, I'll get a chance to thank him.
So what she's saying is, I may be young, but I'm freaking awesome. That's why I am where I am. Lord Set meaning Sotha Seal, right? You never met him?
Bet. No, Lord Set's far too busy. He only recently emerged from seclusion in the Cagatum Centralis. He's addressed the Congress, but I haven't had an opportunity to present myself. You should be thoroughly prepared when you meet a god, right?
Yeah, that's probably true. Can you tell me more about Sotha Seal?
Of course. Lord Set, known to many as Sotha Seal, is the father of curiosity. By his word, we create, perfect, and overcome. He cares for all of us, just as a clockmaker cares for each gear in spring. Every piece matters, no matter how small.
Create, perfect, overcome sounds either like a motivational poster, a Meshuggah album, or the slogan you'd get at the end of a car advert, right? Vorsprung durch Technik, you know? Create, perfect, overcome. I like it. All right. All this stuff, like, it does make me wonder about the Tribunal, because you want to love them. They're such intriguing characters. But the way that they just go ahead and allow their followers to venerate them in such ridiculously overblown... By his word. Do you know what I mean? Das Auto. There's an outtake from the famous Guy Ritchie movie, Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, where they're telling jokes in the car before they get back to their place and realize it's completely shot to shit. And one of them is about a prostitute who gets picked up by a dwarf, and the dwarf takes her back to a motel and puts like springs on both his hands and his feet, and he's just, you know, gets on top of her, starts bouncing up and down, and it's the greatest sex she's ever had. She can't quite believe it. And then when he's packing away his little springs in his briefcase, she says to him, "What, that was incredible. What do you call that?" He said, "The four-spring dwarf technique." And it's a joke because, I don't know, the Germans are always surprised when I say this, but in the UK, Mercedes-Benz and Audi and BMW are like very aspirational cars for English people to have. So, yeah, Vorsprung durch Technik was probably a sort of a coveted slogan by many people who didn't fucking understand what it meant. Today is Quests Day. I can tell you that I really like two of them, and you know who I don't like. Anyway, you seem to know a lot about Sotha Seal.
I do a lot of reading. It's all there in the sermons. Some people think he's aloof, callous even. But I disagree. He stands with us in a way that Vivek and Almalexia never could, and he'll guide us all to a better world.
What can you tell me about the disappearances? Come on, let's go.
Very little, which is more problematic than it sounds. Any loose cog can carry out an abduction. It doesn't take a criminal mastermind to throw someone down a drain pipe. What worries me is that none of it was recorded by factotums or sentry calls.
And yes, Uniquely Average Gaming, we are indeed in Clockwork City. Because normally on a Saturday, by the way, welcome in everybody, welcome to Ninja Pulls on this fine Saturday morning, or at least it's morning for me. Whatever time it is for you, you're very welcome on in. Hope you have a lovely weekend. But yeah, normally, Saturday morning from 9 till 11, I am in Asylum Sanctorium hard modes with my beloved Don group. One of the static groups we have here in Ninja Pulls. They're on summer break right now. We will be back in a couple of weeks. But I thought, what could we do? Ahels and I were just talking the other day on here about, what? You haven't done the Clockwork City main story? You've never finished it? Get there right now. Sort yourself out, Khan. So that is what I'm doing. And Clockwork City, Asylum Sanctorium, there's enough of an overlap there that I thought it was thematically appropriate. And I'm so glad I said earlier what I said. If you weren't here, I was pointing out earlier that obviously most of the voice actors in this game, any game, they are usually based around LA or they work around LA. Not all of them, of course, but it means that when it's an American studio, they're going to use all that pool of talent, which is relatively speaking on their doorstep, rather than flying people out from Europe. Obviously, in the case of Alfred Molina or a lot of these British actors, if they're that famous, they live in LA anyway. But you know what I mean. If it's like a hero character, maybe different story. But for the sort of the rank and file voiceovers, you're going to get people who are in the industry locally. And I know LA is a million miles from Maryland, but you get my point. Just Womanizer, thank you so much for the sub. I really appreciate that on today of all days, when we were just talking about Twitch ad revenues being really rubbish at the moment. That is appreciated in ways you might not even fathom. So thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon for me here. All right, well, good afternoon, Uniquely Average Gaming. So are you in the Antipodes or just generally further east? But yeah, I was saying how when you get an American actor who can do a good British accent, they're usually not perfect. In fact, they're almost never perfect. There's always something a little bit off, unless it's like Annette Bening, who she's an absolute master. But in this case, it benefits them because they're playing elves. They're supposed to be a little bit exotic, and it gives them. Now, this voiceover is fantastic, but to my ear, I know a lot of English girls who do have very posh voices. My sister went to a private school here, so all of her friends are incredibly posh, And that isn't what this is. I can see what she's aiming for. She hasn't quite got it. Like the way that she pronounced cog. Cog. There's something slightly strange and royal about the way that a lot of Americans try to do that thing. But the effect that it has is that it's close enough to a fantasy trope that we buy it, but it has an exotic little twist that makes it even more intriguing to listen to. I'm overthinking this massively, but there we go. I'm way over here in India. Okay, so you got a few viewers in that part of the world. That's awesome. And Alex 56375. That sounds like Stardate. Captain's log. Stardate Alex 56375. Anyway, you're very welcome and thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Okay, Provost. You record what happens in the streets?
We record what happens everywhere. Honestly, I don't know how you exodromals do without. You lose so much in Tamriel. Knowledge, memories, and you must argue incessantly. Everything that happens here is fact. Documented and verifiable.
Exo what?
Exodromal. Sorry. I forget how strange our words sound to foreign ears. Anyone who enters the Clockwork City from the outside world is known as an exodromal, since they come from beyond the Celestiodrome, the glass sphere you'd call our sky.
Man, yeah. I want that replay button that we have on PTS, because the way she laughed and said sorry, I forget how strange. That was so natural. This voice actor is killing it. Love it. Erin, indeed yes. Exodromals might take issue with being watched all the time.
I know, but secrets are the purview of Lord Set, and Lord Set alone. I have nothing to hide. The sermons tell us that only the disassembled engine can be scrubbed and made clean. Knowledge requires light, openness, collaboration, you see?
It's an interesting concept. I love the writing in Clockwork City, generally. So this is stuff that I've done before, but I never finished the entire thing, so we will be catching up to the point where I reached last time, I expect. But yeah, like, everything here is so rad. The world building through, you know, just the assets and art department doing a great job. Because it's such a weird brief. Like, if you read some of the lore that was established before they made this, I think it's impossible not to give them, like, a ton of credit for creating such a fun and almost plausible version of what this is supposed to be. Like, the idea that they record everything as though nothing is subjective. Like, that's clearly bullshit. Subjectivity is inescapable, and yet they try. Yeah, but all the little props, all of it is just great. Alright, Naramo.
So, ready to do a bit of sleuthing? I'm confident that we can find this elusive evidence, but it will require some skullduggery. Breaking and entering, to be specific. Ready for the details?
Skullduggery, another great word. Yeah, details would be nice.
Varuni suspects that someone destroyed city records. But if my study of Dwemer ruins has taught me anything, it's that nothing is ever truly destroyed. You just need to look in the right place. Here, that place is the Depository Documatus.
What's the plan?
Sneaking into the depository is impossible for us, but Sothasil's clockwork automata enter and exit the structure constantly. I discovered a way to control one such automata, a device known as a skivaton. I am sure you're duly impressed.
I would love to get away with that in like a job interview or an audition or something. Hey, I'm sure you're duly impressed. And if you're not, well, maybe rethink that situation a little bit. So you're going to guide a clockwork automaton into the building.
No, you are. I will provide technical assistance and keep an eye out for prying eyes, both mechanical and organic. Head to the depository. I'll meet you there, after I've wrapped up matters with our new benefactor.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to look in the right place. Yes, you. Specifically you. I'm staying here. It's really dangerous in there. Naramo. Yeah. Alright, meet you there.
If you have questions, you should ask them now. Once we begin our investigation, we'll have little time to dawdle.
Alright, why start looking in this Depository Documatus?
As Varuni said, everything here generates a record. From what I gather, those records constantly pass through the Depository Documatus.
If every single record goes through, how are we going to find what we're looking for?
When you say it like that, it does sound daunting. It's true. The evidence we seek drifts through vast oceans of information. Luckily, these skivatons seem very capable when it comes to sorting and parsing. I guess we'll just have to find out.
Just for the record, I want to point out that is ESO reminding us of the correct use of the word parsing. Parsing is to analyze, locate, deconstruct, you know, to sift through. It is not to attack something or to press a bunch of buttons. So it was funny how a few people started using the word pass for like a combat metrics report, but then it shifted to become used for like the thing that you do to generate that report, i.e., but you know, executing a rotation. You just exploded the minds of so many DDs. This language does this all the time. We don't use things based on accuracy, but convenience. and understanding, right? Anyway, do we even know what we're looking for?
I equipped the Skivaton with a number of key words and concepts to help it sort out extraneous documents. Have some faith. I've extracted information from tonal vaults and Dwemer orreries. Sifting through city records pales in comparison.
How do you learn to control a Skivaton? That seems like a very specific thing to be able to do.
Honestly, they're not all that dissimilar from the Dwemer devices I usually tinker with. Sothasil clearly learned a great deal from the dwarves. They use an unfamiliar tonal dialect, as it were. But the basic principles remain the same.
How can we control a Skivaton without touching it?
We will employ a very simple control device. How to explain it? The Skivatons send and receive signals from other clockwork automatons constantly. This device allows us to drown out all the noise, making our voices the only sound it hears.
There's actually quite a lot of world building with this. They never quite lift the lid all the way. It's a little bit like Star Trek. You know, they give you just enough to make it seem scientifically based, scientifically plausible, but not quite enough so that you can start poking holes in it.
As I said before, those tarnished redundants down in the slums are no concern of yours. I've instructed the constabulary to keep a strict eye on them.
Yes, that Constable Baldon's done an admirable job. Even so, tarnished and exodromals enter the Basilica far too often.
And what of these rumors? Black-robed figures lurking on the edge of the radius?
Honestly, Diwa, settled the boilers, I will never let tarnished or exodromals or mysterious robed ghosts disrupt our work, believe me.
That's a voice actor does a lot of the male Bretons, with especially the ones with a sort of an air of authority.
Ah, you must be Lord Fear's associate. I'm afraid I can't be seen talking to an outsider. Appearances, I'm sure you understand. So, yes, off you go.
We often get people thinking that's Wes Johnson, and I can totally see why. Especially when he goes very deep, they do sound a little similar, but no, it's an actor whose name I forget, of course, because I'm stupid. Anyway, enough about that. Bretons are descended from Aldmers. Or from aliens, more correctly, right? But yeah, we're splitting hairs here. Hang on, did I just go the wrong way? I'm already getting lost. No! Yeah, the Nedic peoples and... yeah, I totally went the wrong way. How did I even manage that? It's not even that difficult. Nedic humans and Aliad elves. I think. Is that right?
I don't care if he is a god. If Lord Vivek holds
Well, that's that
audience,
same
so must Sothasil.
You've been told
discussion
before,
we've already
Leon.
seen.
That's not how things work here.
Of all the rudeness I've ever encountered,
Aldmers and Aliads are not the same.
Your mother wanted
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
Because a factotum with delusions of grandeur told her fortune. Do you really
You're the one who
believe
stopped
that?
Thalik from
She
opening the
believed
portal
it.
to oblivion.
Why can't you see?
See what? That following the predictions of
Never
the
mind then.
machine got my mother killed? Or prove the prognosticator is a fraud. See if I don't.
Sup, Naramo? How's it going?
There you are. I prepared the device. All is in readiness. Prepared to see through the eyes of a clockwork automaton? Brilliant. Just activate the Skivaton. Place it in the server flume, and I'll instruct you further.
Alright, I love this bit. I do remember this. Beneath the floors and behind the walls of the Clockwork City are labyrinths of maintenance tunnels and access ducts, many of them quite narrow as they're made for the use of small fabricants and constructs.
Excellent. We have a strong signal. Now,
Sin would be
find
so
Varuna's
proud.
evidence.
Rat mode activated. It is so fast as well. This motherfucker has major expedition all the time. Sorry, cat climbing across my keyboard. That's kind of a funny coincidence. He shows up just as I enter rat mode. Yeah, he would. Exactly, yeah. Right, I'll make sure we don't do anything.
Yes. Go straight, then left.
We've got an ad break starting in about 40 seconds. Just in case people are going to get knocked out of that. I promise not to do anything important in the ensuing minute or so. So you won't miss anything important. Man, this is so cool. Such a fun way to shake things up, right? Ted saw a rodent, exactly, yeah. Just funny timing. I won't do anything important as a mechanical rat in a sewer. It's just such a fun idea. What a great way to break up the quest.
Expertly done. That grate should lead to the central depository and our evidence.
Oh yeah. Talk about being a fly on the wall. Can you get busted? No, they just don't care. They just assume you're here on business. Could get some cool footage and screenshots in here, actually. I mean, look at that. A bug's eye view. Residual logistics logs. Living residents of Clockwork City Fortress in Region 6, 176. Place of residency, Brass Fortress, 112. Yada yada yada. Wealth disparity increased by 7% over a period of analysis. Recommend increasing access to raw goods by commensurate amount. Root cause primarily psychological. High wealth sample array displays ambition and dissatisfaction ranks in excess of 15. Potential interpersonal hostility rating increased to moderate. It's like a video game. They're trying to video gamify real people, isn't it? With stats. Allegiance 10. Strength 14. Occurrence of constabulary malfeasance remains at unsafe levels. That doesn't sound good. Recommend ancillary surveys to determine mental fitness of all constables. Nutrition rating within acceptable norms. Net effect of taste on resident satisfaction remains negative. Recommend increasing salt inclusion by 3% over next analysis period. Copulation and morbidity rate returning to sustainable norms. So fucking and dying. Paste additives proving effective. Apostle innovation and publication rate increased by 4% over analysis period. Daylight extension likely cause. Recommend adding another 12 minutes to daylight cycles to test hypothesis. Hey, there's someone else doing the doobadoob. Someone else doing the story. Anyway, welcome back everyone from ads. You didn't miss anything. We just exited the service duct, and now we're in the library. The Administration Nexus. So Factotum series, all discontinued except for 7. Improvement notes. Increased ambulatory speed and coordination. Stair navigation greatly improved, I can imagine. Anyone see that famous Doctor Who meme where you got the Daleks, those things that just glide around? They're a little bit like I don't even know what you'd call it, but they just sort of roll around and don't have any limbs. Exterminate! And then there's this like a Dalek. World domination plans might be prematurely ended, and it's just a couple of Daleks looking at some steps. Further reduced occurrence of memory regression episodes. Installed anterior storage compartments. Field of view increased by 20%. Always a good tip. Gamers. Enhanced facial recognition and expression comprehension aptitude. Increased vocabulary by 670 words. Further amplified threat recognition and reaction speed. I mean, what's that got to do with anything? Oh, we know all about the factotum. I have the guy as a dummy in my house. I guess that's an irrelevant document. That looks a bit like Kirith. It really does. Sentry coil malfunctions. Blah, 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 blah. Recommend full Apostle survey of affected zones. Cross-reference with resident distress reports referring to black-robed figures in the relevant regions. Security rating decreased to 83%. I forgot. The very important thing you need to do is a ski baton. I'm not sure why they made it possible for you to jump. But, yeah. I'm guessing from now on you guys will never not do this. And you'll fail the Frostvault hard mode because you're too busy doing this. Anyway. Maintenance manifests. Factotum's order to police up all organic material in the mechanical fundament, including deceased persons, 17 of them. Yikes. Okay, now we need to get out of here. Well, if you just joined us, welcome on in, everybody. Happy weekend. This is Khan. Obviously, you're watching Ninja Pulls. A bit of an early stream today. It's our Saturday morning stream, which we do most weeks. And yeah, we're normally in Asylum Sanctorium for 2 hours this morning. But trial groups are on break, so I'm just doing other stuff. Specifically story. In Clockwork City. Alright, Naramo, what's up?
Alright, let me see what you found. Yes, I believe these recordings correspond to the dates of the disappearances. There's something more. Look here. The last person to access the records was a BAL-167. Circumstantial at best.
How do we find this BAL-167?
We might already have a lead. I shared Varuni's concerns with Kirith shortly after you left the Basilica, and she insisted on looking into the matter herself. She cited Constable Baldon as a person of interest. His office should be southwest of here.
Constable Baldon. I'll track down Kirith, see what she's found. I love the ski-batons, like, zooming around. That's really nice. Nice touch. Do we have a clockwork mount we could use as well? I feel like I should really, we have one of these. Alright, that's actually pretty fucking sick. I forgot I had this. That's pretty cool. What else have we got?
Hello there.
Hello there. Hey, Kazi, how's it going? What are the, like, Dwemer... Oh, we got the Dwarven Camel. Couple of spiders. We're getting one of these, by the way. For free. I think it's the next collectible, morphing collectible, unlocked by all the events and event tickets this year. Is going to be a Julianos-themed Dwemer spider. I think that's correct. So we've got 2 of those. What else? And then I got a couple of wolves. I think this... I think this is from, is this from Antiquities? It is, isn't it? I think I've also got a cat. Oh yeah, a horse as well. Holy shit, I've got loads. Oh no, that's not. That doesn't count. I think this is from a crown crate. This is a very lucky drop. Getting ready for a bike tour with my mum. Nice. That sounds fun. Do you go a little bit slower when riding with, when biking with your mum, or do you have to speed up just to keep pace? Let's go with the camel because it's so fucking preposterous. And I love the fact that it spits engine oil as well. I feel it's on brand with like the surreal vibe in Clockwork City generally. Hey, Kirith, what's up?
Ah, there you are. Done playing with Naramo's wind-up toys? I think I'm onto something.
Roughly 2/3 of your normal speed. Teddy, my cat is paying me a visit, like he wants something. What do you want? You've been fed. What's up? Meow. Whoa, he did not like me making that noise. Holy shit. He just shot me a withering glance. Teddy. Meow. Nah, he's too chill to say hello to chat, sadly. It's funny, he was shouting at me this morning at breakfast time. Alright, buddy. Come on. Come on. Alright, what have you learned, Kirith?
I did a little asking around. Word is, Constable Boldan will sponsor anyone as long as they can pay. Where they go after he takes their gold, that's anybody's guess. Luckily, we're here to sort it out. Here, take this memory stone.
What do you want me to do with that?
I surveyed the building. Someone left the door to Boldan's storage loft unlocked. It should provide a great view of his office. Climb up there and wait. When I offer a bribe, you record the conversation on that memory stone. Then we've got him.
Alright, I'll make my way to the loft and wait for your signal. Yeah, I remember this bit as well. Where do we get in? Well, I hope you have an awesome little bike ride. Kanzi, that sounds great. Seriously. Let's camel up. That's all you need to establish that Clockwork City has a tourist industry. Is a couple of NPCs standing while one of them points upward. It is an impressive edifice, I'll give it that. Hey, Devil's Master. Good out. How's it going? How's your holiday? And your summer cleanup?
All right, Boldan. I've
Okay,
got
here
your
we go.
gold. Will you sponsor me for citizenship?
Oh, I'll take your offer. But sponsorship? That's for the living, you tarnished scum.
Living what?
Do it. Well, what are you idling for? Gather up the gold and dump her with the others. We don't want anyone finding our latest visitor.
Oh dear. Kazi Tenku, it is great. Get your blood pumping, see some new stuff, and feel accomplished afterwards. Yeah, totally know what you mean. I used to bike quite a lot, but just by myself. My parents live in a really beautiful part of England where we've got these huge, they're not mountains, they're downs. But these massive chalk formations in the landscape. They're just very, very big ranges of hills, basically. Think of the Barrow Downs from the Lord of the Rings. That's literally the landscape Tolkien was living near and thinking of when he came up with that, and sort of the Yorkshire moors and stuff like that. And yeah, I used to bike up those every summer. I wouldn't even be able to get up the hill now, I'm sure, because I'm so out of practice, and biking uphill is like the worst. All right, well, we did get a redemption. Yeah, Yorkshire moors are just they're probably the most internationally famous. Exactly, Alan. What better way to wake up than with Khan's voice going through the story of Clockwork? Well, we did just get a redemption from the Master of the Devil. Devil's Master, specifically. Khan does sexy trailer voice. And I think Maya should remove the sexy from that, because let's face it, there's no guarantee that A, I'll be able to do that, and B, that people will agree with that assessment. But a trailer voice I can attempt to do at least. I know someone from Filey. He always call everyone my love. Hello, love. You right? Yeah, that typical kind of thing. Alright, let's go with the trailer voice. Let's see how long I can continue this.
In a world where everything is clockwork, where nothing is as it seems, Kirith Vanos has been attacked and lies unconscious, and now it's up to our hero to track her down, save the day, and unravel a terrifying conspiracy. Clockwork Shenanigans. Pretty PG-13.
How was that? Well, thank you very much for redeeming your channel points, Devil's Master. That's freaking awesome. Hey, there's someone else here. Hello. Sorry. Didn't mean to ruin your role-playing there. The cat keeps coming to see me like, what? Dude, I'm just going to take a minute. Not even a minute, like 30 seconds. And just show him the bowl, which is already full of food, and half of which you already ate. He'll probably be like, oh, thank you, you fed me, human. Alright, just give me a moment. Oh, he's investigating the bowl? Man, cat updates. He is getting old, and he has my sympathy and my love, but like, jeez, what a pain in the butt. He's becoming so fussy. Alright, so we need to, Sorry, Raina, your sister's gone missing, dude.
There you are. Naramo said you'd be around here somewhere. Have you seen Kirith? Is she with you?
And Todd the Odd, hello! Hello there, welcome on in, everybody. Kazi, I need some protein, and I have the options to down a disgusting protein shake, or go shopping and cook. Second one will be pretty stressful. I gotta go grocery shopping, but it is hot as fuck, yeah. Yeah, it's actually a little bit overcast today, so it's not... We don't have, like, the sun heating everything up, but it also means that... Cat. Sorry. Decatting myself again. He's really on a mission for something. Yeah, it just means that the heat has no escape. You got, like, the cloud blanketing the landscape. And it has an insulating effect. Ugh. But yeah, get it done now, guys. If you're going to go shopping, do it early. It's only going to be warmer later, isn't it? Sorry, Raynor. Constable Balden's thugs knocked her out and dragged her off.
He what? How could she? We have to rescue her. You don't have any idea where they took her, do you?
Only the one cat, Devil's Master. We used to have two. We used to have 2 cats and 2 dogs. It was like picture postcard. But both our cats were pretty old, and one of them had a heart condition, which she wasn't really suffering with, but we got it diagnosed fairly early. So we had to start giving her medicine, and long story short, she died a couple of years ago. Yeah, it's a couple of years back. Whereas our oldest dog, Travis, died just over a year ago. Suddenly, out of nowhere. That was fucking brutal. Like, it was literally playing with him in the afternoon, driving home from the vets, crying at 1 in the morning later, you know. Long story. But yeah, he was getting on, and there were some things up with him. And he was struggling. Like, he could go up the stairs, but didn't want to come back down because he had something called vestibular syndrome, which humans can get as well. It's like a loss of balance, and you'll see the eyes struggling to maintain focus sometimes. So he didn't trust himself to go back down the stairs, but going up, he was fine. But then it was time for us to go down and feed him, and this is a big, like, 35-kilo Labrador. I would have to carry him like a baby. And carrying a dog that heavy, which might squirm at any moment, up and down the stairs, it was not good. So honestly, it kind of worked out, but man, that was brutal. Just, you always wonder which is worse, like a slow decline or a sudden passing. But yeah, let's not dwell on that. It's around 23 degrees already. Clouds, I remember those. Yeah. Anox! Meow! And hello, hello. Hello everyone! We're doing a bit of questing in Clockwork City. I'm going very slowly because I'm drinking in all the details, but also because chat is awesome and I'm chatting to you guys quite a lot. Kirith Vanos has just been taken. Look at her brother's face. They managed to do quite a lot with very little. You know, all they've done is widen his eyes slightly. Okay, I've no idea where I took her, but I'll find out. You tell Varuni and Naramo.
Yes, of course. I'll get help. Maybe I could even put together some kind of tonal locator. Bah, not enough time. What would Kirith do? She would investigate. Yes. Talk to the people in Slagtown. They know practically everything about this place.
Alright, I'll find her.
I'll get the others. You hurry off to Slagtown.
What is Slagtown exactly? It sounds like the red light district.
That's what the locals call the slums in the northeast corner of the fortress. I must admit, I was surprised to find a tenement like that in Sothasil's holy city. Then again, practically everything here has come as a surprise.
How did I do, by the way, Devil's Master, with the trailer voice? Not fishing for compliments, but was that worth 5k? Or do you need something a little bit extra? And, Anox, I'm doing pretty well, thank you very much. Maya is good, I'm good. It is warm. Uncomfortably so here. Is he supposed to just ghost like that? That's quite a trick. But yeah, it's cooler here than I think it is in other places. I think if you were paying attention to the ESO Tavern last weekend, you may have noticed that it was kind of a little bit cool and blustery there. I think that weather has been here in the last few days. So it's still very warm, but it's sort of a slight respite from the searing heat that we had before. Searing by UK standards, anyway. Devil's Master, don't really have anything to say about that trailer voice. I just click on stuff without thinking. Oh well, thank you for having the points to spend and for spending them. 43 degrees here. Yeah, man. That's why I said searing by UK standards. I'm very much aware that you know what we've been experiencing is like piffling compared to some parts of the world.
Because a factotum with delusions of grandeur told her fortune. Do you really believe that?
She believed it. Why can't you see?
See what? That
Whoa, how many what? How many fucking dice is that?
I'll prove the prognosticator is a fraud. See if
Yeah, the humidity is worse than the heat, absolutely. Like, imagine getting that excited over a dice throw. Like, that's kind of sweet. All right, Zyba.
Oil those ankles and keep walking, Green Heel. This one has nothing to say to you.
I'm looking for a dark elf. Baldan's thugs might have dragged her through here. Do you know anything?
You
Fair.
outsiders are all the same. Cutting into the queues, poaching our salvage, sneering and putting on airs. You're no better than us.
Would you still feel that way if I snapped both your legs?
And so you prove my point. Always trouble, always violence, and poor Saiba is caught in the middle. This on you. Baldan probably threw your friend into the fundament, a maze beneath the city. If you go after her, neither of you will come out again.
Well, we might surprise you, motherfucker. What a bitch. That's always the way, isn't it? The person who thinks they're the victim of prejudice exhibits absolute, massively wrong-headed prejudice against someone who, you know, from the group that they think has done them wrong. We're not here to mess with your stuff, so stop being a pain in the ass. Speaking of pains in the ass, Teddy, go away. No. Yeah, Moose, I would take dry 40 over 100% humidity 25 any day. The dry heat is manageable, Anox. Feels scalding and painful, but you will survive as long as you're hydrated. But humidity makes it feel like all your energy is getting sapped. Yeah, the higher the humidity and the temperature together, then it becomes eventually impossible for the body to regulate its own heat. That's when it becomes incredibly dangerous. And people literally die if they don't have access to shelter or air conditioning. It's really scary and fucking sad. Okay, I really need this zone guide pin to go away. Stop tracking. Yeah, there we go. Same in Denmark. I mean, nowhere near 43 degrees. I know that, as I would not be alive to write this comment, but the humidity is just painful. Bad Khan, you threatened to break her legs. Well, like I said, she was exhibiting some kind of nonsense prejudice towards me and refusing to help. I'm trying to do some good here, you know? She was rude first, her fault, yeah. Been so long since I did Clockwork City Quest that I've forgotten all of this, Anox. Well, I'm very happy to refresh your memory. I've done the stuff we're seeing right now. I have done before.
Maybe the restrictions in Mournhold will ease.
But I never finished it. I don't think I even got halfway, so I think pretty soon we'll be getting to the point where I'm all caught up. Hearts to Ted. He wants my attention. Oh, he wants something. I don't think it's my attention. I just think he wants me to give him some different food. What do you guys think of my Clockwork City outfit, by the way? Do I look like a tourist? What even is this? It's definitely Apostle style for some of it, and then Arcthazand. Oh, it's only 2 styles, plus the weapon, the Engine Guardian stuff. Def looks like a tourist. Yeah, I think it might do. It looks pretty nice though, right? It's just shinier than... I'll tell you what it looks like. It's the person who's new, and their uniform... I'm trying to think, like, on a naval vessel, or I don't know. The person who's got a new uniform and has just started, and they look like a total rube and a greenhorn because their outfit is all shiny. It hasn't been through the ringer yet. It's the colours. Humility is 69%. Nice. I mean, there are plenty of jokes to be made. I'm just not even going to go there. Talking about level of moisture and 69 and... No. Anox, I'm doing all the quests in chronological order on my main. I've only reached Dragonhold because I keep procrastinating. I'm a little bit like that. I've tried to do them mostly in chronological order. Roadside construction worker with all that orange. Yes. I managed to take a wrong turn. I'm not even sure how. So why are these guys... I never quite understood why they aggro in here. Like, what's with that? Target glow, there we go. Alright, I have time to go grocery shopping, can't stay all day. Getting hotter by the minute, lurk time. We'll have a fantastic day. Hope to see you later on. We'll be around for a few more hours. And yeah, have a good and safe and cool return. That's like Tim the Enchanter. He's just fannying around with his little fire spell. But you're a busy man. I got a very important question. Why the hell am I bothering with this when I already have Velothi? That's weird. And there's not really anything in Bone Tyrant I can use. Hurricane, there we go. Seriously, the cat is really... He's just trampling across my keyboard the whole time. Really disruptive behavior. Luckily he's silent so you guys can't hear him at least. But oh my god, so annoying. Very cute. I'm glad he wants to interact, but like, dude. The entrance to Asylum is just up here, isn't it? I think it's just up here. It's so innocuous. Yeah, Asylum Sanctorium. Yeah, definitely looking forward to more difficult overland content. I think that would be so cool, actually, because I'm just sort of absent-mindedly clearing the trash. Like, I barely have time to press more than 2 buttons, and it's done. It's absolutely ridiculous. And this is by no means... This is a trial trash setup, really. It's not even, quote-unquote, optimized for this type of content. I bought food for like 10 days a few days ago. Ain't going outside till I need more food. And Devil's Master, before I moved out and lived with my cat Chili, she would also just walk across my desk, blocking the monitor, and just step on the Steam screenshot keybind. Yeah, absolutely classic. Maya's told this story before, but back when she was studying, when she was a student, one of the things she was doing was she did a module on film, theatre, and television. So she had to edit some short films, some student films. You know the drill. And she had like a MacBook with some editing software on there, and and her cat at the time would like stand on the laptop, because laptops get nice and warm, they're the focus of attention. Cats are very, very attracted to both of those things, right? Anything which is the focus of attention, they will sort of gravitate towards it in a funny way, like, hey, don't look at that, look at me. Over here, like the donkey in Shrek. Pick me! Pick me! And obviously a heat source. And she managed to step on a combination of 3 or 4 keys that activated like an accessibility mode, like a colorblind feature, high contrast sepia mode for the display, so all the colors were gone. Maya couldn't do anything. Like, she could read the menus and everything, but she couldn't edit the movie for shit because all the color was completely whacked. It basically looked like this. It was all like pale browns and black. Very weird. And of course, she tried figuring out what keybind the cat had accidentally activated, and eventually went on a forum and like found it out. And what do you think it was? It was literally just 100 people whose cats had accidentally stepped on this combination of keys, and nobody who'd actually tried to activate it themselves. No colorblind people saying, "Oh, this is a really helpful feature." It's just a bunch of cat owners who are going, "Ah, I can't use my Mac because my cat has stepped on some absolutely incomprehensible number of buttons." Hey, she's alright. She's okay.
Threw you in here too, did they? I knew I couldn't be the only one Constable Baldan got the drop on.
Actually, I came here to find you. We should leave.
You're right, we should. And I could, but not yet. I met another one of Baldan's victims, a Khajiit named Lankin. He's been scraping it out down here, but he's no warrior. I told him I'd get him out. Unfortunately, we got separated.
So yeah, the guy we saw coming into Clockwork City, and I said, well, we'll see him again later, I bet. That's exactly it, the Khajiit Lankin. Alright, yeah. Let's look for him.
That's the spirit. I managed to yank this sword out of a corpse nearby. It's not much, but you don't need a sharp edge to deal with these factotums. Just a heavy swing and a lot of patience. You ready? Let's get moving.
I've got a question for all the Latin scholars out there. Is it factotums or factota? Devil's Master... Sorry, Erin, too bad. The key combo to activate colorblind mode and contact the cat's alien mothership is the same. Yeah, ain't that the truth? Devil's Master, my old cat Jake once stepped on something on the keyboard of my MacBook. I couldn't figure out how to undo what he did until my teacher found out. Alright, so same kind of thing. Maddening. Absolutely maddening. I love these areas, I've got to say. This is a cyberpunk idea that really appeals to me. When you've got like a super... Whoa, what the fuck? Is that just... That's just a player? That looked so weird. Didn't it? Because they're using the Kalopi essence. Just fishing. At first I didn't see anything but the rod. Anyway, this idea of a gigantic constructed thing. Usually a city or a hive world if you're thinking like more Warhammer 40k. Or in fantasy like Gormenghast. I love it when you get to visit the Undercity. It's just a really cool concept. It's like a little taste of that here.
Is that? No, thank goodness. The body's far too old. Let's keep looking.
It is a Khajiit. Aww. I love the steampunk design. Have to start working on making an airship for a housing project. I've only seen one of those. I've seen a few houses with airships in them. That's very, very cool. You're not wrong. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, like I said, it could be steampunk, cyberpunk, or just gothic fantasy. Like, I never read all of the Gormenghast books, but if you don't know what I'm talking about, it is like a nightmare, politically satire version of Minas Tirith. Imagine if Minas Tirith from Lord of the Rings was a real, like, shithole of inequality, where the higher up you were in the city, the more, like, upper class you were, and the system for sewage and rubbish is that you just tip your rubbish over the wall and down onto the next level. That's not quite what Gormenghast is, but it's that kind of vision of things. Like, very bleak. Very funny as well.
Really? You think they just leave us alone?
Check this out. This is one reason why I might ultimately be happy that Zos are going in a different direction with Grim Focus. It's just so much fun to use it actively.
Decent hiding place, but no Lankin. We should keep looking.
I don't remember doing this. I love the look of this sword. When I'm using it, it looks really great. And then when you're swinging it around like that. Is this him?
Another empty camp.
No, another dead.
Damn. He must be here somewhere.
Got a couple of deads in here. Whoa, when you see how big that scorpion is in comparison to an actual body, oh, that shit is terrifying. No, 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 no. I think one of the most manic conversations I've ever had with Maya was when she called me. I think it was like a day or two later. Didn't have phone reception. I can't quite remember the details. It was a long time ago when we first got together. But she'd gone on like a really cool trip to Kenya with her dad. And they did go on safari or anything like that, but they did go to a couple of camps out, you know, camping places out in the wild, in the reserves and whatnot. And there was this, they just been in one which was really shitty. Like, it was really like badly appointed and everything. It was amazing countryside, but the tents were a little bit crap. All the furniture was a bit rickety. You know, it was really like budget, and they were just not happy. It wasn't what they were expecting. And then the next day, they went to this absolutely gorgeous, gleaming campsite with beautiful white tents and pavilions and cushions, and they had gin and tonic at the bar and all this stuff. I was like, all right, this is proper tourist stuff. This is perfect now. I've had both sides of the coin. And she like closed the door to the tent. Her dad went to the bar, and she was going to have a shower and get changed and get ready for the evening. And as she closed the window, there's like a little flap that you would open up, and then you fold it up, and then to close it, you just fold it back down. A scorpion had decided to sit, a giant scorpion. If you stretch your hand out completely, it was like that big, that long. One of the biggest types of scorpion you could get anywhere, I'm guessing. It was sitting on the inside of the flap, so when she closed it, it went flying right past her face. Like, she felt it brush her ear and her hair as it went past. So she like squealed and ran outside and told the guys who were working there, like, could you give me a hand? There's a scorpion in the tent. And one of the guys that grabbed an umbrella and just went in, and he came out with the whitest face, just absolutely terrified. And she said, you know, I hear the bigger they are, the less dangerous they are. Is that true? And the guy just said, no. But yeah, he killed it. But yeah, imagine that, when you're just finding your happy place. Scorpion brushed her hair, 10 out of 10 room service. Hey, Annex, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in, how's it going? Really appreciate the follows, everyone. That's very kind. Today is mucking around in Clockwork City Day. We're doing a bit of... Did you guys see that? I did a reverse slice, which didn't activate. My character just kind of did this. You know, just light attacked the air. And then the guy stood there for a moment and then keeled over, dead. Gina? Yeah, that was an interesting conversation. Because, of course, the first thing I heard was not, oh, I just saw a giant scorpion. It was the tone of voice. And it really stressed her out. Like, she wasn't in any great danger, perhaps, but you know what I mean? Just when, I don't know, you find your happy place and then something like that goes down. Yeah. It was not a happy camper on the other end of the phone. And because she's, you know, thousands of miles away, what are you going to do? Alright, casts are getting really delayed. That's interesting. My ping is 68 milliseconds, so that's not the issue.
Is that a pot on the stove? Someone was cooking. And recently. We must be close.
What's in the cauldron? Tomato garlic chutney. Sounds tasty. If FODMAPs aren't a problem for you. These environments are really cool. The steampunk vibes are strong.
Finally! Come with us, Lankin. We're getting you out of here.
friend Kirith, right moons above. Please, let's leave this dungy place.
The way that they're talking is like two spies or like people undercover or doing a drug deal when they sit, back to back in the diner and have a whispered conversation. That's pretty funny. All right, now we can escape. We once found a foot-long centipede chilling in my house. A foot long. Whoa. It was before cameras were very common. We put a newspaper on it and smushed her. It looked like tomato garlic chutney afterwards. A foot-long centipede. That is wild. Was it dangerous? I know there are some centipedes that are genuinely fucking dangerous. Can we get out this way? That's fun. Whee! I was turning around to see if they would follow me down here, but nope. I guess I'm just down here to stop that fan. No idea if it was non-combat pet or trial boss. I remember seeing something about giant centipedes in, is it South Africa, where they can like bite you when you're sleeping, and they're actually pretty dangerous. Right, so the NPCs just kind of disappear. Yeah, that wouldn't fly now, I don't think, in a new expansion. Ted, go away! I love you, but
don't suppose you found anything of interest down there?
Enough. I'm glad to see you weren't lying, Raynor Vanos.
That bastard Baldan threw me into the fundament.
Ridiculous. I've never seen this woman in my life.
Liar! You tossed this one in as well.
let's talk to Baldan. Oh, we can't. Yeah, there's our provost.
Kirith looks no worse for the wear. You have my thanks. I do hope she took a thorough survey while she was down there. Just think of
this
the
fucking guy.
discoveries to be made. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's settle this miserable affair first.
I'm so sorry you had a near-death experience. How dreadful. But I hope you got some good data while you were there, right? Alright, let's talk to the proctor.
This Raynor Vanos made some very bold claims. If you have evidence of Constable Baldan's crimes, I suggest you produce it.
I captured Kirith's abduction on this memory stone. Naramo has incriminating documents too.
Huh. You're more resourceful than you look. Little wonder Devaith chose you as his companion. Set knows he needs the help. I'll hold Baldan under guard until I've had an opportunity to review the evidence. As for you, you're free to go.
Khan, did you see the new meme where the CEO got caught cheating with HR on a Jumbotron? Maya showed me the little video clip of them seeing themselves on screen and go, oh no, 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 no. Yeah, very funny. I wonder if that was deliberate or if they were just trying to get a cute couple on screen. Yeah, just dropped. It was like 3 days ago. Ages ago by internet standards. Well, thank you very much.
Luciana, I'd like to ask the constable a few questions when we return to the Basilica.
Don't trouble yourself, Aruni. You know how persuasive I can be.
I do. That's what worries me.
Do your worst, you tin-legged hag.
Set help you if she does, Constable.
That's a fun exchange. How are the levels, by the way? The game should be loud enough for you guys to capture all the dialogue.
Provost Varuni seems eager to speak with you. Go on then.
I'm not the NPC you're looking for, basically.
That fool has no idea what he's in for. Live uncomfortably and learn, I suppose.
You think he knows more than he's letting on?
Oh, most certainly. Baldan can't have accomplished all this by himself. Erasing records, accessing derelict sections of the fundament. These aren't the acts of a simple mer. Someone helped him. Now it's just a matter of finding out who.
Look at Reyno's face in the background, just like scowling across the room. It's not bad. It's not bad. I've seen a lot worse, but you might want to work on your stink eye. Dude, you might want to practice that one in front of the mirror. It just looks like you're about to poop your pants. Anyway, I really like her voiceover. Like, a lot. It's... She does a great job of making it sound unique without it being sort of quirky or annoying, you know what I mean? Like, it's easy to do a voice which sounds weird, but she's just putting a little bit of, I don't know, like a unique little spin to give it character, but without making it sort of irritating in any way. Really dig it. I really like this one. Alright, so you think Baldon will talk?
I do, one way or another. For now, let's celebrate your achievement. You showed initiative, creativity, bravery, all qualities befitting a servant of Set. You shall have my sponsorship.
I'll tell you who she reminds me of. It just hit me. She reminds me of Morpeth Clark. You know, the actor who played Galadriel in the Amazon show, The Rings of Power. Is he practicing being a high elf? Yeah. Yeah, those are some Ultima vibes right there. I haven't actually seen The Rings of Power. I watched like 10 minutes of episode 1 and thought, no! As someone who loves the books, this is clearly not aimed at me at all. Wow. I don't think I'll ever watch that. I just don't think I could get with it. Although it has had some more favourable reviews the longer it goes on. But anyway, Morpeth Clark, by all accounts, is fantastic. And everything I've seen her in, she's fucking great. Did anyone see Saint Maud, the horror film? Rings of Power ends up pretty good, in my opinion. Yeah, so well, there we go. That's exactly what I've heard. But boy, the beginning, and I don't mean this as in I'm right and everyone else is wrong. Of course not, that would be dumb. But I absolutely loved The Lord of the Rings so much. I was one of those that I absolutely hoovered up the Silmarillion. The Hobbit is still my favourite. Because it's just so perfect in a lot of fun little ways. It's sort of charming, but it has depth. Yada, yada, yada. But I really got into the Silmarillion and a lot of the unfinished works. I have all of those... The History of Middle-earth, you know, that series. I have all of those books. How many were there? I think there were 12 in the end, which is wild. I confess I haven't finished them all. But yeah, so I was hugely into the Silmarillion and all that stuff. I read it many, many times. And as a result, I think way too much artistic license. They're just playing fast and loose in a way which is never going to work for me. Like, it's just not at all compatible with what I think of, having read the books that many times. And ultimately, I have a bit of a bee in my bonnet about the streaming wars, and I get it. It's a completely inevitable thing when a new when the industry reinvents itself like this. Of course, people are going to have to... There are going to be big investments, there are going to be some flops, some huge successes that perhaps don't deserve it. But what we've had in the last 5 years in particular, and I think it's easing off and it's getting a little bit better, but we had a huge number of massive, huge new shows that were like, the only reason these things exist is because you have raised an awful lot of capital to spend on original programming. So you get these massive white elephant projects which cost an arm and a leg to make, and sure, most of them are fine, but none of them are that good. And the amount of hours it takes for a typical viewer to like sit through it all, and the amount of money it took to make, you just think that is an enormous waste of everyone's fucking time and resources. Why not just make the stories that need to be told, rather than, we've got a lot of money, quick, let's come up with a story to tell. And that's where you get, you know, the quote-unquote safe bets, like franchises and desperately trying to turn the Lord of the Rings appendices into a TV show. Yeah, very, very strange. It's not an ideal way for that culture to thrive. Erin, I've not much knowledge of Lord of the Rings and found Rings of Power good enough. Yeah, I think that's the key. The less you know about what Tolkien actually wrote and intended with his stories, I think the fewer issues you're probably going to have. Because, you know, they hired serious actors for it. Like, the whole reason we're talking about it is that this voice reminds me a little bit of Morveth Clark, who I think is great. And I guess nobody saw Saint Maud, which is what I was asking about. Oh, you should watch that. If you're in the least bit into horror films, and you don't mind a horror film which is slow, and doesn't contain jump scares, but contains creep. And, well, I guess a little bit more like meaning and vulnerability. Like it's a harsh watch at times. I felt so sorry for her. She's amazing at it. And that was like pre-Galadriel. Anyway, will you sponsor Narama, Raynor, and Kirith as well?
Of course. Each of them played a role in your success, and each of them will share the rewards. Go speak to the Clockwork Registrar in the Chancellor of Records. It will add your name to the codices, and you'll be one of us. Again, you have my thanks.
You're welcome.
You'll regret this. Mark me, Proctor. You will regret this.
I doubt that. Get this tarnished piece of scrap out of my sight.
Enjoy prison, you scheming brat.
Ah, it seems I arrived just in time.
They actually like put manacles on him. That's a nice touch. Good job, Zos. They don't always bother with that level of detail. But it helps. I want to talk to this guy. Oh no, we can't. We can't talk to Lankin. What about Kirith?
So, we're citizens now, right? Finally. Now to find what passes for Sujama in this crazy place.
Right, so she's escaped. She's, you know, a potentially fatal, certainly a very dangerous situation. She's exposed like a massive, scandalous operation at the heart of Clockwork City's security apparatus, and she wants to go and get shit-faced. Man, Kirith just keeps getting cooler. Let's go and get hella faded with Kirith Vanos. Yeah, Devil's Master, exactly. Reynos frowning there. Super pissy. Wow, look at the height disparity.
Well done, Assistant. One quick trip to the Clockwork Registrar, and we'll be full citizens of the Brass Fortress.
Alright, so are we done?
What are you still doing down here? Varuni gave you her sponsorship, correct? You should go speak to the Clockwork Registrar. As much as it pains me to congratulate a friend of Devaith Fear. Congratulations.
I'm looking forward to some more specifics on why everyone hates Devaith Fear's guts down here. I mean, he is a bit of an arrogant so-and-so. But that doesn't seem to be enough. Like, he must have done repeated, you know, infractions that piss these people off. Are you always this stern, Proctor?
Yes. Any other questions?
What are you going to do to the constable?
I'll talk to him. The tenor of that conversation is totally up to him.
Do you think there's more to these disappearances?
Varuni's right. This whole operation had too many moving parts, and ex-constable Baldon doesn't seem bright enough to pull it off on his own. If there's more to this affair, I'll root it out. Count on it. Now go claim your citizenship.
I just want to point out while we're here, So, in order to become an apostle, do you get your arms amputated? Or what's the deal? Because that clearly is, you know, that's cyberware. Quote unquote. That's a hinge, not an arm. I've always wondered about that. Do they actually lift the lid on that at any point?
Well, what are you waiting for, future citizen? Go speak to the Clockwork Registrar. I'll call on you again soon. Count on it.
I will. Alright, let's get out of here. Mechanical fundament. So to me, the word fundament just means butt. I guess because that's the only context in which you'd ever hear that word used, was someone trying to be funny and avoid saying just a word like ass or whatever. Oh man, that guy's just got his head up his fundament. This place is awesome. I love it. I love it. Thank you for hanging out while I actually do this. Fun to get the chance to progress this this story properly. If you see me stop moving, it's because the cat is trying to trample my keyboard again. Very frustrating. But yeah, you know, spoiler free, but feel free to like chime in with favorite stories, other zones that I should look forward to, because there are quite a few I haven't done. I never did Somerset, bizarrely. I did Northern and Southern elsewhere. I've done Greymore. I need to do the Reach. That's next on the list. Clockwork, the newest story I haven't done. No, so that's what I'm coming to. I haven't done Necrom. I haven't done High Isle. I haven't done any of the newest ones. So Solstice, I did 80% of it on PTS, but I kind of rushed it. I just wanted to be able to kind of review the first half of the content pass. You know, to try and give people an idea of whether it was worth it. Honestly, it didn't matter, because the review was basically... The price is the question mark. You know, it's not that competitively priced, arguably. So if you're going to dive into the story, if you're a huge ESO fan, if you're going to play the trial a lot, if you're going to, you know, lap up this latest addition to the lore and the storyline, then yeah, this will be worth it without hesitation. But if you bought High Isle, Necrom, Gold Road, or didn't buy because you thought the pricing was too steep, then yeah, Solstice is no different. So it's actually a very easy review to make. But I did play that one, but none of the other new stuff. So like I said, I haven't done Gold Road, Necrom, High Isle, Blackwood. And then, other than those, I think it's just Somerset and Clockwork. And The Reach. But The Reach is like the sequel to Greymore, isn't it? I just need to sort that out. I think everything else I've done. But still, a surprising amount left still to do. Because I just never have that much time for story. But yeah, it's Clockwork. I know a lot of people say Clockwork is their favorite. Is it anyone else's favorite? Other zones that, like, you think I should look forward to?
By the word, I wind the gears. Please state your business or depart.
I'm here to register as a citizen.
Welcome, potential resident. Please speak your birth name, followed by the name of your sponsor.
Borba Two Blades, Provost Varuni Arvel.
Dreaming. Torchbugs. Overturned jar.
Okay.
Sponsorship confirmed and archived. The light of knowledge, Sotha Seal, welcomes you to the Brass Fortress. Go forth and create.
Fantastic. We're citizens, baby.
Well, I'd say that all worked out splendidly. As one journey ends, another begins. I imagine there's much more to discover here in Sothasil's Clockwork City.
Yeah, I'm sure you're right. What's next for you?
I can finally begin my exploration in earnest. Now that we've earned our citizenship, I can apply for excavation permits, antiquity transportation licenses. Oh dear. Come to think of it, I might not be able to begin for quite some time.
Yeah, the bureaucracy. I love the little glimpses like that. Obviously, you don't want to show bureaucracy in the same way that you don't tend to have washing up or toilets or or these kind of mundane things in video games, especially in fantasy. Like you know, games like Fallout, Cyberpunk, you have toilets everywhere, but that's another thing. But I love that little glimpse of, yeah, I just want to get out there and do some adventuring, but I need to get permits and transportation and licenses. That's so true. That's another thing. You know, we were just talking about Tolkien. I remember that in The Hobbits, right at the beginning, they talk about, and it comes up again at the end, the idea of, like, fees and tolls and cartage and all of the nonsense that comes with going on an adventure. All the faff that you have to go to. Alright, what about Raynor and Kirith?
They proved useful. Raynor's theories need some work, and Kirith's refusal to listen to reason caused me no small measure of anxiety. But on the whole, satisfactory. Provided that they follow my lead, I might call on them again in the future.
Alright, take care, Naramo.
I value your service and...
Hey, skill point.
Please take this as a token of my appreciation. If I understand the bureaucracy correctly, I may be here in the Brass Fortress for a while. Feel free to seek me out, should you require my aid.
Thanks, man. I might just do that.
Good. We have much to discuss.
Devaith Fear? Here? It is a true pleasure to meet you.
Look at this character.
Yes,
Tenacity tickle paws.
Yes. Well, be seeing you, assistant. Good day, Lord Fear.
Come, we need to talk.
I'm gonna have to whisper this person. Fantastic character name. Devaith Fear.
So you're a citizen now. Well done. I heard something about a constable tossing people down sewer drains. Even in this shrine to knowledge, drooling idiots bumble their way to power. Ludicrous. Moving on. I require your services once more.
Man, his little delivery on the ludicrous. Perfect. What do you need?
It's Sotha Seal. Shortly after you and I parted company, I sought him out to discuss our Daedric artifact. I fear something is askew. His habits, his diction, the timbre of his voice, they've all changed, albeit subtly.
You think something is wrong with Sotha Seal?
Worse. Initially, I dismissed it as boredom, fatigue, or even the first signs of senility. But now, after observing him at length, I can say with certainty, this is not the Sotha Seal I know. There's Daedric mischief here. We will root it out.
Dun dun dun. Wow, how do we go about doing that?
We will leverage your hard-earned citizenship to make inquiries. First, I will make it known that in light of your recent exploits, I offered to take you on as my aide. An offer you eagerly accepted.
Fine. How does me becoming your aide help us investigate Sotha Seal?
As the most powerful mage in the Brass Fortress, I find it difficult to have proper conversations with common folk. They grow silent at my approach, then whisper as I leave. An appropriate, but sadly uninformative display of deference.
So you want me to talk to the other aides?
Indeed. It's commonly understood that servants grumble about their masters, loudly, to those they consider equals. Ask them about Sotha Seal's recent behavior. I'm confident we'll find something of value tucked away in their churlish complaints.
Jesus. Getting a little bit less likable here, Devaith Fear. But then, I guess, That's always it. He's so charming, but such a dick. Alright, I'll talk to the other aides.
You have questions, of course. Ask what you must. The forces at work here are cunning indeed. You should be prepared for anything.
Is Proctor Luciana still insisting you leave the city?
Luciana resents my presence, but she's no fool. I go where I please, when I please. An open confrontation between us would likely leave hundreds dead. So do not trouble yourself. She will not stand in the way of our investigation.
How can you be sure something is wrong with Sotha Seal?
He is inscrutable, but he's also unflinching. Seal always moves deliberately, quietly, one step at a time, like clockwork. I have never once seen him divert from his course. Until now.
How has he diverted?
In the short time we've been here, he has twice adjusted city patrol routes and delivered 3 revisions to the fortress charter. Trust me when I say this is unprecedented. Sotha Seal never meddles like this.
Has he made any other changes?
That's for you to discover. Don't bother speaking with members of the Congress. Varuni's faith in Sotha Seal is unbreakable. Chancellor Gascoigne resents any threat to the status quo. And Luciana, well, let's just say she's been less than helpful.
Okay. What can you tell me about the others in Sotha Seal Circle?
Well, you've met Varuni. She's pleasant, without being vapid or boring. Then again, her doe-eyed faith in Sotha Seal turns my stomach. I find religious attachments repulsive. My thoughts on Luciana are well known. As for Gascoigne...
I like it. So far, he's pretty much in agreement with us. Although I thought Luciana was kind of cool, kind of a badass. Just a bit of a tough nut. Alright, who's Gascoigne?
Gascoigne serves as chancellor.
We already spoke to him, didn't we?
He commands respect, but suffers from the peculiar character flaw of demanding praise at all times. Adulation. A sad fixation indeed. He holds great power, but it's his petty obsessions that make him dangerous. Be wary.
It's already such a breath of fresh air. I know there's Daedric politics, or rather Daedric invasion and stuff like that does play a pretty big part in the larger storyline. But I like that the first move by the writers is to just get us to sink our toes into this place. And the people who run the ship, it's smart. And it's just more interesting. The whole cosmic threat thing, yeah. It's almost too big, you know, and it's certainly been done enough times. It's a lot harder to care about, I feel like. Can we talk to these guys? No. I love the Apostle staff as well. Super cool.
Choice is but chaos. Demands but the selfish needs.
Alright, let's talk to some aides. Agrel.
You're Lord Fear's newest steward, huh? Could we talk later? If I don't finish this lamp inventory, Gascoigne will feed me to the fabricants.
Lamp inventory.
Yeah, Gascoigne must know how much I love doing paperwork. A few days ago, Sotha Seal ordered us to rip out all the lamps in here and replace them with less efficient ones. What kind of sense does that make? Who wants weaker lamps?
What are you doing with the old ones?
A bunch of factotums loaded them onto a dolly and dumped them somewhere in the mechanical fundament. Hey, I know that look. If you're looking to poach a free lamp, don't bother. Gascoigne made us slag them all. And that's not even the worst part.
What's the worst part?
Half the old switches don't work with the new lamp, so we've had to manufacture new switches, and half the time the switches get installed backwards, which means we have to do it all over again. Even the factotums don't know what they're doing.
That actually does sound frustrating. I'm in agreement with that bit of dialogue.
And don't even get me started on the lamp assembly. Sotha Seal could have turned the fabricators to make the new lamps with a flick of his finger, but he demanded that we do it instead. Do you have any idea how complex the fabricators are?
I don't, but I really have to go. Good luck with it. So they're still right there. I haven't spoken to him yet.
No, it's wrong. It's all wrong. Go back and do it again.
I apologize, Lord Set. Please forgive my stupidity. I shall correct the survey at once.
I hope you will for your sake. Next time you bring your living god a radial survey, you better make sure it's accurate.
Hello.
Yes, what is it? I have much to do, much to attend to. Speak.
You're also the seal, right?
Of course. You are Devaith Fear's aide. Yes, I've heard a great deal about you. You struck a blow against corruption in my fortress, correct? You're to be commended. Now, speak your business.
Speak your business. One of my friends back in the day, that was his answering machine on his phone. If you'd call him, you'd just hear him say his name. Duh. State your business. Beep. It just reminds me of him. I just wanted to meet you.
A worthy goal. Very worthy indeed. I am a god, after all. Tell me, now that you've had the opportunity to meet me, how do I strike you?
I'm a little underwhelmed, to be honest.
Underwhelmed? By me? Count your blessings that I have other matters to attend to, mortal. I have half a mind to show you just how powerful I am. This city is mine. If you wish to dwell in it, I suggest you learn respect.
Well, since you're clearly not Sotha Seal, I'm not too bothered. To be fair, I don't know the details of the story. But the fact that he's got the Daedric chorus effect on his voice. Alright, who else should we talk to?
Apologies, but I am currently engaged in a task.
Here's one. I love how many Dunmer there are, as you'd expect, I guess.
So you're Devaithir's new auxiliary, eh? Tough luck, friend. I've heard he's an insufferable bastard, but at least he's not Sotha Seal. Better to be turned into a guar than to serve the clockwork god.
The voice actor clearly didn't quite... Ahelt, unlurk, welcome on back. Better to be turned into a guar than to serve the clockwork god. Like, that sentence didn't make a lot of sense to them, I'm guessing. You don't like working for Sotha Seal?
Not anymore. In the old days, sure. He was easy to please because he was never around. These days, he changes his mind about something every night. Constant meetings, new dictums daily, adjustments to factotum patrols. It's a nightmare.
Are you sure he hasn't always been this way? You said he was never around.
Trust me, this is unprecedented. I'm afraid something's wrong with his enhancements. Like he's having trouble regulating. He's a different person, I swear. Don't tell anyone I said this, especially Gascon. Blasphemy doesn't go over well nowadays.
Blasphemy?
Yes. Speaking ill of a god never turns out well. In the old days, he'd take it in stride. Commit your small blasphemies, he'd say. The fire of doubt turns ignorance to steam. But not anymore. This place is becoming more like Mournhold every day.
That's a good line. I like that. I'm sure it's obvious to most, if not all of you, but this is the voice of Clivia Tharn. The scroll is mine. Kill them all. You know? That one? I'll ask her one.
Right. I'm sure you have plenty of work to do for Lord
Can you hear
Fear.
it?
He's back a few days and already burying you in paperwork, no doubt. Take care of yourself, friend.
I mean, I'm not absolutely certain, but like 95% certain that's her. Whatever actually happened to her, do we ever find out after White Gold Tower? Yeah, the real Clivia. I always assumed she was killed. That impression was perfect. Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry, I can't talk to you right now. I have to. Excuse me, please.
No, we just saw her being chewed out by Sotha Seal. She's not taking it very well, taking it hard. I mean, she might be, but I don't remember if we ever confirmed it or anything. No, you're right. So the Clivia, in case anyone's wondering, this is not a spoiler. This is like a 10-year-old dungeon content almost. But the Clivia Than who we meet in the dungeon is obviously not Clivia Than. She's been replaced by a Daedra, a daughter of Molag Bal Molag Kina, who we kill / banish back to oblivion at the end of the dungeon. So what happened to the real Clivia? Isn't it Than's daughter as well? It's pretty fucked up. Like, Clivia did not have the best time. What do we know about her? We know that Emperor Leovic, the last of the Longhouse emperors, so these barbarians from the north, from the Reach, Than managed to convince, he managed to sort of orchestrate it so that Clivia would get married to Leovic, and there is some stuff about this somewhere, but if I remember correctly, not exactly a happy marriage. Then Mannimarco convinces Varan Aquilarius, the Duke of Coral, to go to war and take down the Imperial City, kill the Emperor, so Than's plans are fucked. But he puts forward Clivia again as a way for Varan to legitimize his emperorship, because he's not a dragonborn. All he did was kill the Emperor. Well, if you kill the Emperor and take the Emperor's wife, then of course he's removed from the board as well. And suddenly Clivia is effectively widowed once again. And then they never talk about marriage, but they do say that she becomes Mannimarco's consort. Again, at Abner Than's insistence. He's just got nothing better to do than get people to try and marry his daughter. And apparently the more awful the husband, the better. But yeah, we know that she basically becomes a slave. She's basically a prisoner of Mannimarco in the early days of his reign. And presumably he just gets rid of her at some point and replaces her with a Daedra. Like, it's quite a story. You could really work that into something. You could work that into an anecdote maybe one day, Khan. Yeah.
So you're the one Devaith tapped to be his aide in the Brass Fortress. Sorry to hear that. Provost Varuni's ancestors hail from House Telvanni, just like Lord Fear. But honestly, they couldn't be more different.
What's it like working for Varuni?
Not as bad as you might expect. She's young, youth comes with impatience, but I've never felt unfairly judged, and she's generous with her praise. Honestly, if I had the choice between serving Varuni or Sotha Seal, I'd take Varuni every time.
So the Seal is difficult to work for?
Now more than ever. I don't pretend to understand his motives, but he's never been so demanding. One example? He insists that we turn all the lights down before he enters a room. Do you have any idea how difficult that is? It's maddening.
Flipping switches. Is that difficult?
Huh. Flipping switches. That's rich. Each lamp has its own switch, and some lamps have multiple switches. And if that isn't bad enough, some switches control multiple lamps. He's a god, I know, but it shouldn't take a genius to turn on the lights.
That does sound frustrating.
Don't even get me started. Varuni might demand some obscure tome in the middle of the night or chide someone for leaving oil on the floor, but that's the worst of it. Sotha Seal exiled an auxiliary last week because she forgot to switch off a lamp.
Thanks for letting me know that I should get going.
Right, don't let me keep you. I can't imagine how demanding Devaith Fear must be. Better you than me, that's for sure. Keep your nose to the cogs and you'll be fine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm off to flip 24 switches again.
Alright, well, I'm going to do a quick... We're going to have an ad break now. So I'm going to do a quick AFK. 2 minutes. Okay, back. That wasn't even 2 minutes, I know, but roughly speaking. Okay. So beginning to see a pattern here with Sotha Seal. Doesn't seem that that difficult to work out.
Were you treated well by the menials?
The menials.
I battered you with complaints. What have you learned?
Al, did you miss it? Were you here when Devil's Master redeemed? The sexy trailer voice? It was perfectly timed. It was just after an inciting event. So the Seal is definitely behaving strangely. He's made a lot of odd demands.
Yes, well, I could have told you that. That's why I sent you here after all. What kinds of demands? Be specific.
I was grocery shopping, yeah. By the way, I asked this before and nobody answered, so I'm guessing it's all fine. But is the audio from the game, like the voice lines, they're loud enough, correct? I hear them fine, but what you guys hear and what I hear aren't quite the same thing. He makes the servants darken rooms before he enters, and demanded that some lamps be replaced.
The lamps in the locutorium, yes? The large assembly room over there? The auxiliaries and factotums have been laboring in there day and night ever since we arrived. Curious.
Awesome, good.
What can lights have to do with this? Well, there's only one way to find out.
Expose him to the light?
Impressive. I assumed I'd have to explain it to you. Of course, this requires a functional lamp. I assume he ordered them destroyed. Speak to that high elf of yours, Neramo. The dark elf as well. We need one of these lamps, repaired and operable.
Alright, I'll go find Narama and Raynor. I thought the Dark Elf, and that couldn't possibly be Kirith.
There must be some sort of mistake. I'm not meant to be here.
Your path has been set before you, Auxiliary.
Well,
I suggest you learn to
What nonsense are you spouting? Just tell me how to go back.
Lore unfriendly playthrough, just jumping off all the cliffs.
demand
and everything.
Can't believe our troops were hiding in the Shroud of Paris. I guess it's the only way to reach the Doom.
Alright, what's up here? Always talk to Kirith first.
I don't think I'm ever going to get this fabricant blood off my boots. I love automata, but automata with fleshy bits? No thanks.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Gross. I love his condescension, absolutely, yeah. It's a really fun thing to do with a character. I think that's what I was saying before when we were talking to him. He's so charming. The voiceover is so full of charm, but he's a bit of a dick.
Brighten your brass with a gleaming new item?
Sure. What are you selling? Oh, wait. I always forget that you can just straight up buy lockpicks. I don't think anything to sell to him. Alright, Narama, let's go.
Ah, I hope to see you again, Assistant. Pray tell, what did Devaith Fear have to say? I fear that he and I might have gotten off to a poor start. Did he ask about me? Any mention of my many exploits?
Fuerman! Welcome on in, hello there, and good afternoon or good morning to you, depending on whereabouts in the world you are. It is still technically morning for me. It's at about 11:30 here. Subtle D redeemed a hug for chat, a chug for hat. That's a little bit different. As in when you're wearing one of those hats with beer cans attached to it. But yeah, welcome on in, guys. Hello. And if you just joined us in the last 20 minutes, welcome also. We are just doing a bit of story today. It's not a thing we do that often. You know, aside from dungeon and trial stories, that kind of thing. We were talking about this a few days ago, and the fact that I hadn't actually finished the Clockwork City storyline, so that's why we're here. I was told I must get on it forthwith. But yeah, big hugs to chat. Thanks very much, Subtlety. How's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend. So far. For you, it's barely started. Actually, Devaith wants you and Raynor to help me with an important task.
Raynor? Surely this is something I can handle myself. Impressing Devaith Fear could greatly increase my standing in the Dwemerich scholarly community. Tell me, what does Lord Fear ask of me? Us?
He wants us to build a lamp. One that's identical to the lamps removed from the locutorium.
He just wants us to build a lamp? What an odd request. No matter. I would be happy to offer my ample expertise, provided you let Devaith Fear know that I did so. First things first. I need to study one of the lamps we're supposed to recreate.
Subtle D, the wife and I have been playing God of War and God of War Ragnarok over the last week. That sounds like a ton of fun. Very, very cinematic games. Have you been playing them? There's no co-op or anything, is there? So have you been like taking it in turns? Or both like playing in unison? Or what's the way you guys tend to do it? Sometimes Maya and I will play through something together, but often we'll both play the game separate playthroughs, but at the same time, if that makes sense. Yeah, but usually we do it that way, take it in turns. Keep saying you were forced to do this. Oh, I don't mean to imply that I was forced to do this. But I was heavily encouraged, like, what the fuck, dude, you gotta get on this right away. It's like not having watched Citizen Kane or something. You haven't played that storyline? It's right there. You were given the choice between this and a very reasonable Fisherman RP session. Very reasonable, my ass. Fishing? May I just draw your attention to Kirith in the background, just casually chucking a dagger around as well? Subtlety, she plays mostly. Yeah. Maya and I have been doing a little bit of that. We haven't had a ton of time for it, but there are a few bits and pieces of Cyberpunk 2077 that we or she never got to see. Like different endings and whatnot. That's been a lot of fun. Another very, very cinematic game. It always helps. Sony games have the best backseat gaming experience. Fair enough. Love Uncharted. Legacy of the Thieves collection. Felt like it was part of a movie. Felt like I was part of a movie. Sorry. Yeah, that's a good call. God of War is particularly cinematic. Split Fiction isn't very cinematic, but very entertaining to watch, and occasionally deeply cinematic. It almost looks like an animated picture at times. What else? I found that The Witcher 3 was pretty good. Actually, 2 and 3 were very watchable, provided the person you're watching didn't suck at combat. Anyway, Naramonade told me they tossed the old lamps into the fundament. We should start there. What about Raynor?
Another trip into the fundament? I would accompany you if not for Kirith. I think she needs a break from fabricant-infested sewers.
Well, let's ask her.
Taking Naramo down into the fundament, eh? Keep a close eye on him. You and I both know how dangerous that place can be.
I will. This mountain is so stupid. Absolute nonsense. Hang on. I've already gone past it? Just went straight past the door. Good one. Alright, Narama, let's get to work. There's one?
Some kind of tubular housing. Probably meant to protect a glass interior? Difficult to say.
Charred clockwork filaments.
A complex filament of some kind. The weaving on this fiber, it must be machine-made. I should be taking notes.
You'll have plenty of time to take notes. Cracked compressor.
Some kind of compressor. For funneling a gas, perhaps? Interesting.
Like, the way that they described the removal and replacement of these lamps implied to me there should be a large room somewhere with a bunch of busted lamps just shoved in. Not like as if somebody walked around cracking the lamp to bits and sprinkling the components all over the place. Let's do a chest just for the lols. What other incredibly cinematic games can we think of? Oh, there's a book here. Inveigling the Clockwork Apostles. Interesting. By a helpful citizen. Getting into the Brass Fortress from out in the radius means getting into the good graces of the Clockwork Apostles. Trust me, if they're not on your side, you're cranked. That being said, they're not the easiest group to understand. The Apostles aren't chasing the glory of their ancestors or the thrill of battle. They don't burden themselves with thoughts of war or famine or disease. In fact, they rarely burden themselves at all, getting factotums to do everything but wipe their... But I'm getting ahead of myself. Let's start at what they do care about. Sotha Sil is not only the god of the Apostles, but their mentor of sorts. The relationship is rather like needy students, with a particularly distant teacher. The Apostles always seem to be seeking his approval on whatever project they're working on, though I doubt they'll ever get it. Their god of mysteries keeps to himself more often than not. All of the apostles work towards one goal, something they call Nern Ensuing, or Tamriel Final, or Second Nern, so on and so forth. If you want to bore yourself with the details, give the Sermons of Sothasil a read. Quick pause, I've actually read as many of those as I could find, and boy, that is some impenetrable shit. And a lot of mysticism in there with Alm, C, V, and all that stuff. Very fun. And then another read. And then a third read, so you can actually understand any of it. Like I said, if you happen to be so inclined, all I know is that they're not so fond of this world, and they're trying to make it better, somehow. Now, you would think that making the world better would include what would generally be recognized as acts of generosity, or at least basic human kindness. What about elven kindness, huh? They fucked that up. You would be wrong on that account. You see, the perfect Nern doesn't really include things like feeding the hungry or sheltering the sick. It does involve making a scrap ton of machines for some reason. So, to getting good with the apostles, you have to help them conduct their experiments of gods know what. That means demonstrating a knack with magic, machines, or probably both. If you don't have those skills handy, I suggest you listen closely for some other opportunity. The Clockwork Apostles are not above asking for favors, especially if it's for a task they think is beneath them. Sure, they might not have the easiest or most wholesome requests in mind, but I suggest you take the chance while it's available. God of War and Horizon are 10 out of 10. If you haven't played before, you are in for a treat. Yeah, God of War is definitely on the list. Absolutely on the list. I think on Maya's list as well. So he's saying, I ran a 50-foot HDMI from the PC to the TV. Got all the big PlayStation games that are on Steam. God of War, Last of Us, Horizon Zero Dawn, Uncharted 4, Spider-Man. Playing with an Xbox controller because its superior console controller throws shade. I think a lot would agree with you on that one. But that sounds awfully heretical, Khan. Might need to have a chat with one of the Inquisitors. What, that I thought it was impenetrable? I mean, they're supposed to be. But I think in a fun way. Like, it's that trick, like reading any Mars Volta fans here? You know, you read the lyrics, or listen to the lyrics to Deloused in the Comatorium. I love that album, by the way. Definitely not throwing any shade, but the lyrics don't mean a damn thing. But they're just clever enough that they sound like they might mean something. It's a little bit like that when you're writing fake mystic texts for a video game. Aaron's saying you're planning to do the same thing, but for me just a 5-meter cable will suffice. I am thinking of how we are going to do, it's not to do with the gaming, but the streaming. How we're going to solve the issue of having... I think we need to get a streaming machine, and then connect both Maya's PC and mine to it. And that way we can switch between games without any drop in quality, or without one of us having to stream to the other, or anything like that. I think that's going to be the way to do it, ultimately. But anyway, that is in the dim and distant future. The Last of Us, I honestly don't get the hype. 7 out of 10 at best. Don't kill me, lol. Erin, only if Xbox can make half as good games as they make controllers, throws back the shade. Yeah. Ever played Control? Yeah. Played all the Remedy games. Yeah, Control was supposed to be excellent. I didn't play it though. Didn't have time. And now we've got a broken modulator, and that should be everything.
It must be some kind of modulator that changes the nature of the light. Fascinating.
Just while we're here, the Brasilisk. Such a fun bit of creature design. Great cable management on that thing, right? Look at that. I run a Clockwork City themed PC with just Brasilisks. You know, routing the cables all around it, that would be fucking sick. Tell me I'm wrong. Alright, Naramo, let's talk.
Compressors, filaments, housings, modulators. Yes! I think I understand what these discarded lights have in common.
Alan Wake 2 is another one, man. Griffin, hello there. Yeah, Alan Wake is totally on the list, isn't it, right? Welcome on in, Griffin. We're doing a bit of Clockwork City storyline today. Something I've not streamed before. Okay, you know what they have in common? I'm listening.
Unlike the other lamps, these compress some kind of geodic gas into metal tubes, then modulate the light to create another kind of illumination that mortal eyes cannot see. Invisible light! Remarkable! The potential applications are limitless.
So, can you create one of these lights?
Yes. With Rayna's assistance, I believe we can recreate this lamp without much difficulty. Of course, you'll need to procure the requisite parts. These are all broken beyond repair. What do you plan to do with this light, exactly?
We plan to use it on Sotha Sil. I'm not exactly sure what will happen.
You plan to do what? Oh dear. Well, this seems like a terrible idea, but I shall rely upon you and Lord Fear to protect me. Here's a list of the components I'll need. Once you've acquired them, meet me in the Hall of Refined Techniques. Good luck.
I love how shook he is. You too. Alright. Well, it feels like we definitely did some thorough investigation. This looks like a set from an Alien movie. Doesn't it look like one of the corridors from Aliens? Right? That is my best attempt at doing an impression of the little proximity tracker. Game over, man. Game over. Someone play it. Before I leave. Yeah, all the stuff hanging down from the ceiling. Hey, we got 169 viewers. What a wonderful number. Nice. Right, so we need to find some usable parts. Do we get them from killing enemies, do you think? That wouldn't make a ton of sense, but yeah, apparently that's it. Okay. Thanks for stacking for me. Was that just one? Whoa. Can you turd? Did you know my vape off my bedside table while I was sleeping? Did you know my vape fell off? Did you just miss a word? I'm guessing there's a verb missing from that sentence. Knock, right. I see, did you knock my vape? That would be incredibly creepy. But yeah, you got me, you got me. I crept in at night. And I just stealthily walked over to your nightstand. I looked down at your sleeping body, and then just with one slow movement of the finger, slid that thing onto the floor. That's exactly what happened. That's just made me think of that Roy Orbison song. Alright, this is a weird, deep cut. But do you guys know the song I Drove All Night by Roy Orbison? Kind of a hit. I drove all night, crept in your room. Yeah, you know that one? For the longest time, my dad, he'd heard that song so many times. I don't know why, but he just said, is he really singing Crapped in Your Room? I drove all night just to take a shit in your bedroom. I think we were in the car, like, on a long-ass journey. Probably driving across France or something. And my dad just dropped this. And it absolutely killed. I think we had to pull over. But yeah, I guess if nobody knows the song. Knock, it's the Ninja Bull's cat. Moose says, stop vaping. They make smoking devices nowadays made of natural plants. Cigarettes, they call them. Yeah, man, but vaping's so cool. How are you supposed to look like a bro if you're not vaping? I don't know, I think vaping and cigarettes look pretty similar. I guess there's ostentatious vaping. I've definitely seen that. And it's a little bit hard to take that seriously.
I hope we didn't lose another one to the shadow cleft.
The wife and I gave up cigarettes last year. Now we don't smell like ashtrays. Yeah, that I've got to say, while the smell of a vape can be pretty obnoxious as well, it's definitely nicer than just pure like ash smell. I remember this will be showing my age potentially a little bit to some people, but when I was still a teenager, we got a smoking ban here in the UK. So smoking inside basically was no longer a thing. And there was a lot of opposition to it, actually. Loads of people were like, oh, come on, nanny state, and what a load of rubbish. We had very, like, Republican reactions to this kind of thing. Don't tell us what to do. Most people didn't have a strong opinion on it, but you know what I mean? It was a little bit... Generally, the public mood was quite reactionary, and sort of, why the fuck do we need this? Like, just let it go, it's not a big deal. But literally within weeks, everyone was saying, oh my god, we should have done this decades ago. Because you can still smoke, you just go outside. And it wasn't really a problem except for, like, nightclubs where it's a bit of a hassle to go outside. And, there was a very nice little boutique hotel in the city where I'd only been there a couple of times to do this, but we would go there and have like a nice meal, and then we'd sit in the lounge afterwards with like leather sofas, and it was like really, really old school. It was called Hotel du Vin, you know, and they had a cigar, like a walk-in humidor. You know, like a walk-in freezer, but smaller, and just, you know, covered with glass. And then some really nice cigars there. And because I'd worked, when I was doing my master's degree, I worked for this wine merchants, the small independent wine merchants. They knew all about this shit. And we'd go there and we'd have like a cigar and a rum that were like almost calibrated to go together. Fucking awesome. Places like that were instantly killed. Like, you just couldn't do it. You'd have to go and sit outside. So the idea of having this like smoking lounge, but that's pretty niche. But yeah, the whole smelling of ash, it transformed the whole thing overnight. I remember that. I remember it well. See, I can totally sympathize with that subtlety. But do you rock any of those like crazy flavors when you're vaping, or do you just keep it fairly chill? One of my buddies, who is gay, so I guess he feels more confident in just going with the crazy, but like, he always is going with like apple or cherry or coconut even, like the craziest vape flavors, and that is a little bit rank. Like when you're sitting indoors and he's just vaping away, and you've got this really unwelcome like candy smell when you're watching a movie. It's like, dude, could you not? But yeah, like I said, it's better than us all smelling like ashtrays when we leave. Despite smoking, I love that they made those changes, but it really is a shame it killed those kinds of little places you mentioned. Yeah, they're isolated. Like, I've only been to a handful of... And it's always a hotel, right? Or maybe, I guess, an airport, somewhere like that. I've only been to a handful of places in my life that had somewhere like that. But they've all been kind of fun, even as I'm not a big smoker. I don't smoke a lot. I'll have, like, a cigar once or twice a year. And I'll just do it in the garden, at home, or whatever. Or at a party outside. I did go to a cool hotel in Greece once where they had... The hotel was quite big, and they had this open space right in the middle where there was no ceiling. I mean, it's the Mediterranean, so... But they built this sort of wooden... covered... It was like a tent. It was like, it was a little bit like if you imagine the Bedouin in the desert in northern Africa, where they have those beautiful tents with all the sofas and cushions and just everything's beautifully appointed. They had this sort of little wooden cabin, I guess. And it was technically in the open air, so you could just smoke and do whatever, and that shit was killer. We can't really do that in the UK. The weather's too shit. Anyway, let's talk to
Now, here's
Halibut.
the look of someone on the hunt for something specific. You've come to the right place, friend. I've got a bit of everything. What can I get you?
Right, so we have to get lamp tube from this lady. Suddenly, used to use a mod, and now we just get disposables. I have a cinnamon gum flavor, and wife has blue raspberry. Cinnamon gum, I'm not gonna lie, that does sound pretty good. That actually does sound pretty nice. Erin, I'm genuinely curious. What is it about smoking that appeals to smokers? Is it the soothing effect, the addictive nature, or something else? Don't mean any judgment towards those who smoke. I just tend to stay away from anything habit-forming because I know how I have addiction-forming traits and get wrecked. I can only speak for myself, and I've never, quote-unquote, smoked. I've never been a smoker. Like, that label has never applied to me, but I used to smoke socially quite a lot, primarily because I'd have friends who would smoke, and, like, once a month I would chip in and buy them a packet of cigarettes because I would have smoked enough of theirs for it to be, you know, or I'd buy them an extra drink, but I'd often just bum a smoke. Yeah, there's a sort of a mellowing effect, but the thing with cigarettes is that the first one you have of the day is always kind of gross. A little bit like if you have a red wine that hasn't breathed properly or that isn't very fancy, the first sip of the glass you'll have is usually not going to be very pleasant because your palate isn't ready for all that tannin and all that hit. And then, you know, once you sort of reattune your palate to it, it starts to taste awesome. Cigarettes are a little bit like that, but I don't really know. Often I think it is exactly what you say. It's just habit forming. The fact that other people are doing it, it's sort of a nice repetitive motion. A little bit like having a bowl of peanuts in the middle of the table, or a packet of crisps, where someone buys the packet and then opens them and like tears down the middle and lays it out like a little tray in the middle of the table for everyone. It's not that you are craving it, you just have it because it's there. That's sort of my experience. And then cigar, that's completely different. That is like, you've got chill vibes, something has been accomplished, like it's at the end of a party or something like that. You know, shit's been done and it's time to kick back. And it's like savoring a glass of rum or whiskey or tequila, something that you drink very slowly, and that you know you've paid a little bit of extra dollar for this glass, so you really want to taste every little bit of flavor that's in that spirit. So cigars are a little bit different, but then you don't inhale, you just taste it. Yes, it's a kind of an interesting one. It's the nicotine addiction. Don't do it. Suddenly it's just being straight up with this. Yeah, I think all those. Also, it is / was cool to smoke when you're young. I still get that thing. Not always, but sometimes if people light up in a movie. Like, there are a few bits in Cyberpunk where Johnny Silverhand really wants you to have a fucking cigarette. And he's asking you to light one up, and V doesn't smoke. But you have, like, Evelyn's packet of cigarettes on you. And he's like, come on, V. Do it for me, please. Whoa. And, yeah, then you can choose to do it. And the sound. They really, like, went to town with capturing the click of the lighter and the fizz of the flame and all of that stuff. And the little crackle when it lights up. Every now and again, when a movie or a video, other piece of media really homes in on a character lighting up a smoke, sometimes I do feel like, oh, if we had any in the house, I would hit that. But yeah, it's a weird one. I've never been addicted, so I can't speak to that. It's an interesting one, right? What a random conversation. I began when I was 14 because the girl I had a crush on smoked. So no clue where it starts otherwise. Sounds about right. I knew a girl when I was about 15. I was already dating somebody else. But I was very intrigued by this girl's deal. She was like a year ahead of me, and she was new at the school. So she didn't have the same level of, don't talk to me, you're in the year below kind of vibe. This is when I was in the UK at this point. I think she was called Hannah, and she actually smoked using a cigarette holder. You know, one of those long things that women would use in the 1920s. I remember clocking her at a fucking party, and she was smoking through one of those. And I was just like, I really want to know what the deal is. Are you just really, really affected? Like, you're just really putting on airs, and it's a completely superficial thing? Or are you, like, because it could be either way, right? It could just be an act, or it could be someone actively trying to do something different, shake it up, be interesting. But it was a look. I remember it to this day. Zanzion, I just use Snooze, just the nicotine pouches with some nice flavors. Gotcha. And Ahad saying, I know that even with me being smoking free several times over the years, the dopamine you get is the addiction that keeps it going. Started cigarettes in my ecstasy rave days because menthol cigarettes enhances the high. That's true. I did have a few friends who were all about the menthol. Eggbirds, how's it going? You've joined us in a chat about nicotine and addiction and the various, like, cultural and psychological things around smoking. No need to go into the physical damage it causes. I think we're all well aware of that. Just Womanizer, when I was binging Peaky Blinders, I smoked a lot. Yeah, that sounds like it sounds like you have a similar brain to me then. That if you're really into a piece of cinema or well-made bit of, like, screen drama. But there's a reason they used to smoke so much in old movies, is that it was just product placement. Straight up. Also, probably all the actors smoked anyway, so it wasn't an issue. Those things cool down the smoke a little. It does feel kind of different. Bushy-ass bitch cigarette holder, Cruella de Vil style, yeah. Yeah, it was a cool look. And she instantly became much more intriguing to me. Not necessarily more attractive. But I was like, I want to know more about your deal. What? It causes damage? I know. What? Fun fact, during Peaky Blinders, the actor you're talking about, Cillian Murphy, I think I've heard this, yeah. That he smoked herbal, non-nicotine cigarettes. Still can't be great, though. The smoke? But at least then there's no nicotine addiction. I bet a lot of movies that require a lot of smoking have that. But you definitely see it a lot less than you used to. When Maya and I first got together, we did a cultural exchange thing where I showed her a bunch of Danish and English TV shows that I thought she should be aware of. and she showed me Sex in the City. And there is so much freaking smoking in that. Like, and I think the actor Sarah Jessica Parker did not smoke. But she always has a cigarette in her hand. Like, every scene. It's actually wild. Would they do that now? I bet they probably wouldn't. Well, it wouldn't be accurate now, I guess, would it? Interesting. Eggbirds. Both my parents smoked, but they luckily didn't make it seem interesting. Yeah, my dad quit when I was pretty young. I remember him getting into serious trouble one day when I was like 5. And bear in mind, we're a Danish family. The Danes love licorice. And I remember I said to my dad, because smoking was always kind of a gross thing. Oh, Dad's smoking again, it smells. And I remember saying to him, what does it taste like to you? And he sort of stopped and went, a little bit like licorice? And my mum was like, slow-mo, no! You can't say that to a kid, that it tastes like licorice. Especially Danish kids who fucking love licorice 9 times out of 10. Like, it didn't have that effect on me. It didn't make it intriguing to me at all. I just remember being amused that my mum thought my mind wasn't sophisticated enough to cope with that idea. That was very funny. Suddenly, back in the day, I smoked pipe tobacco like Gandalf. Cherry flavored. Yeah, smoking a pipe is a whole different mood. Again, I went to university with a guy from California called Eric. And he had, like, ginger... He was a big ginger beard. He was a couple of years older. So, like, having a full beard at the age of, like, 21, 22 was relatively impressive. And he used to smoke a pipe. And again, I don't know how the fuck he got away with it at that age. You should look like a complete tool. But I guess he looked just intellectual enough that he could sort of get away with it without seeming like a complete dick. But yeah, smoking a pipe. That's a strong choice. This conversation makes me want to finish the skooma den house I'm working on. Fezman, yeah, I can imagine. How did you know Gandalf smoked cherry flavored? This one is tweaking. Eggbirds with the comments. I love it. We were bros back in my time in Middle Earth. That dude is a total pothead, though. That's a thing in Board of the Rings, isn't it? That they're actually getting high all the time. Alright, anyway, back to business. With Haileyba? That's quite the scar she's got on her face there. Alright, so, do you have any lamp tubes like the ones in the locutorium?
As a matter of fact, I acquired some of those just a few days ago. Apparently, someone's tossing out the old lighting to make way for the new. They're not easy to come by anymore, though. What's your offer?
I could persuade her, but you know what? She's just being... she's charging 69 gold for a start, which is cool as fuck. And, you know, her deal seems sound. Just gonna pay her.
It's a bit less than I'd prefer. But if that's all you can afford, I'm a reasonable woman. We'll consider this a down payment on future business. Come see me again sometime, alright?
The scar isn't bad. She could still make bank on OnlyFans. What, like a dudes dig scars kind of OnlyFans? Is that what you mean? Camel all the way. I'm not regretting this choice at all. This is as it should be. The clockwork camel. They even animated the little ears, look. You know, I'm just riding right past the The door there, the Hall of Refined Techniques. This used to be the only place you could go in game to transmute anything. I remember this. You'd have to come here to do your transmuting. It was the only place in the game where you could do it. And before Clockwork City DLC, you couldn't transmute. It wasn't a thing. You had to keep farming until you got what you needed. And there was no sticker book. There was no transmutation. God, can you imagine? Clockwork Camel is a vibe. Absolutely. It's a little bit like that cigarette holder. It's a choice. Narama, what are you up to?
Ah, you've returned. Excellent. Raynor and I have cobbled together a serviceable frame for the lamp. All we need now are the components I sent you to acquire. Were you successful?
Most, you still go there to transmute, and you have a station in your house. Wow, is that just because of, like, RP value, then? Or is it, like, muscle memory at this point? Has it become habit? Maybe you're addicted. Maybe transmutation is addictive. Oh, no! Alright. Narama, here's everything on your list, boy.
Wonderful! I'm confident this lamp will conform to the exact specifications of the lamps they removed, provided Raynor didn't make any miscalculations.
Poor Raynor.
So, would this be the time to inform Devaith Fear of our success? Or mine, specifically?
Again, yeah, the script contains a lot of little grounding elements. They're not just, like, forwarding the plot and the quest. Specifically, there are little injections of character traits, so that this guy's he's a real climber, so he's constantly turning the conversation back to this. Are you gonna say nice things about me to Devaith Fear? Yes. Yeah, I'll let Devaith know we'll be ready soon.
Excellent, excellent. No need to return here, of course. Kirith should be back straight away, and I'll have her run the completed lamp over to the locutorium as soon as it's ready. See you soon, assistant.
See you soon. Most just easier to travel to this one. Free travel back out from Way Shrine. I'm stingy with my gold, despite swimming in it. I'm the same. I almost never, unless I'm the raid lead, and I'm doing the resets at the end of each trial, you know? Whenever we wipe, you do that thing. Or whenever we reset, rather. In that case, I usually just put straight back in and pay the gold. But other than that, I almost never do. I'll always port to, like, a house that's next to a way shrine. I literally bought Mornoth Keep just for that reason. Just so you can go there, immediately hit the way shrine, and go wherever you want to. I have a house in most of the zones, in fact, for exactly that reason. If in doubt, Fezman, similar to what's happening with scribing altars now. That's a very good point. A lot less reason to go to the Scholarium now with this last pursuit. I mean, I'll point out that I'm not even sure we made it an entire patch after update... What would it have been? Update 41? No, update 42. Sorry, it was Gold Road. That furnishing was made available very quickly. And I think I bought it on day 1. So I've had one in my house for a long time. But yeah, now everyone's going to have one. You're absolutely right.
Virtue through design. Design through faith.
You never see them running. That's fun. That... I don't know, the gravity isn't quite right. Is it? They're sort of floating a little bit. By the way, animating a run is really fucking difficult. Animating a plausible run. That is actually something I've had to do. Only in 2 dimensions, though. Although I guess ultimately the same thing applies. I'm not paying any attention to where we're going. I will still use the Scholarium for the same reason. I feel like they wouldn't let us in. If they saw this coming to such an important place, they'd be like, no. You gotta be kidding. It's like trying to enter a government building riding a unicycle.
Ah, I was beginning to worry. Not about you, of course. These apostles have been circling me like cliff racers. Looking for an autograph, no doubt. So tiresome. I take it you were successful in learning about these lights and constructing a new one?
Yes, Nerano and Raynor constructed a working lamp. Kirith will deliver it soon.
Well done. I assume you discovered the special property of these lamps. Why does my dear friend Seal go to such lengths to avoid them?
Neramo believes they emit some kind of invisible light.
Visible light? Fascinating. To help with factotum navigation, perhaps? Huh. No matter. Further inquiry must wait. Now is the time for action. I will request a congressional assembly. Plant your lamp on the balcony above, then return to me.
Alright, I'll get the lamp into position on the balcony.
Did you say something about putting the lamp on the balcony?
Yeah, we did.
Have a problem.
Hey, let me. I just thought of something. Now that we're aid to Devaith Fear, should we bust out the Telvanni Master Wizard costume? Huh? Huh? It does make my character look very chonky in the lower part of the body. But I don't care. Yeah, what the hell? What? It doesn't have that effect on him at all. I guess she has wider hips. He's actually quite a small fellow, isn't he? Slightly shorter than my character. I guess the Dunmer are just not that tall.
Seems young Kirith brings ill news. Speak with her.
Raynor and that annoying high elf finished your lamp, but there's a problem. On the way here, I overheard an aide complaining about some new security measures Sotha Seal put in place. Looks like the balcony is under heavy guard now.
Alright, so I'll have to sneak past guards to get the lamp into position? That's what you're telling me?
Looks that way, unless you want blood on your hands, of course. But that might complicate our sponsorship a smidge, yeah? Just be quick and quiet, like me. You'll be fine. Here's the lamp, good luck.
Thanks for the warning. Chunky on the lower part. I said chonky. Slightly different. She's quite chunky on the front part, too. Yeah, that's true. That's a very boob-enhancing outfit. Devaith, what's up with that? This character was an orc. Borba is actually an orc name. And yeah, she did have the proportions of like a love interest for Conan the Barbarian. Let's put it that way. It was a certain type. And then when I changed her to Dunmer, I don't think I changed anything except the face. I did take quite a long time getting the face just right. I think she looks awesome. Oh boy, yeah. I think there are 2 times in my life, I've told this story before, 2 times in my life I've heard Maya use the term ladyboner about her regard towards a certain woman. And one of them is the literally Conan the Barbarian's love interest in the original 70s movie, or was it early 80s? I guess it must be 80s. The Dino De Laurentiis. I always forget the actor's name, but she's absolutely brilliant. Athletic. In the movie, she's not named. She's just called the Blonde, because there's very little dialogue in that film. And then Olivia Thirlby. Maya also said the same thing about Olivia Thirlby in the film Dread. as in Judge Dredd with Carl Urban. Really great performance. So there we go. So we've got the lamp. Let's read the description. Sometimes you get like a fun... A working version of the lamp Sothasil's imposter had removed from the council chambers. Well, there we go. Spoiler alert! I mean, I'd already called it, obviously. I didn't actually know that that was the storyline here. But that's a little bit clumsy, isn't it? Because no one has said outright, oh, well, it's not Sothasil. But I guess the quest item description was just filled in there. Fezman, fun lore fact. In canon, Devaith apparently had gender-swapped clones of himself that served as his wives. I think that's correct. Or was it his daughters? I think in Morrowind he has a ton of daughters. Subtle D, did you see Carl Urban is playing Johnny Cage? Yeah, I did. I started watching that trailer and I kind of liked the look of it. I did turn it off though, so I didn't love the look of it. That's the dream? It's a little ew. Yeah, they're called his daughters. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I remember that well. Pro tip, for those who did play Morrowind and who vaguely remember that whole quest line when you have to become the Hortator and you have to get all the houses to... Yeah, all of the houses have to make you their representative. Oh, no, I've forgotten her name, but the lady councillor whose servants and staff and everyone, her guards are all female. She won't have any men anywhere near her, ever. And in Morrowind, in the game, the 2002 game, it's portrayed as just an old... Like, all of these Telvanni are super fucking old. They're really old, their lives have been extended by magic, presumably. And she's just... It's not explained whether she hates men or if she's just a batshit old lady and everyone just does what she says because she's so important and powerful. But if you're a male character when playing Morrowind, you're screwed. It's so difficult to get in to see her. And there are various ways you can do it. I won't spoil any of them. But yeah, if you're a woman, you can just walk in and talk to her. As if you're a male, forget it. She is actually in ESO as a relatively young Dunmer. So this is like 1,000 years earlier. It's 800 and something years earlier. Nearly 900, I think. And yeah, isn't that cool? And the reason why she won't let men into her tower or anywhere near her home is explained very, very well in this game. It's a really, really fantastic bit of retroactive continuity that I think they did such a great job with it. It's one of my favorite moments from playing this game, just like by myself, just playing story, when I realized who that was. Because I didn't recognize the name immediately. Mr. Stratha, that's it. Help me, step clone. I'm stuck. Ew. Oh. Yeah, we're sneaking. To be fair, I think I've got a sneaky setup here. Yeah, Darlock Bray, look at that. Oh, we can read this one. Castigation Ritual. So this is Bart Simpson, basically. I will not misspell the words of Sothasil. I will not misspell the words of Sothasil. I will not misspell... Are there any mistakes? No, it doesn't look like it. That's very funny. Very important bit of lore there. Oh, shit. I don't see any hiding spots. Those had been added? Yeah, of course they had. We'd had the whole Thieves Guild and Dark Brotherhood by now. It's ludicrous that they wouldn't be able to see us, isn't it? Do you remember the reason why she hates men? It's quite fun. Fun, more like cool. Yeah, exactly. I loved it. I thought that was so fun. It wasn't until that part of it came up that I realized this is something I've seen this before. This is a character I remember from Morrowind. Wow. Yeah, I was just very appreciative in that moment of the writers for giving me that. Hey, Proctor Luciana's journal. Should I read this whole thing? Help me out here, chat. I know not everyone is actually typing.
That's it. I'm sending for the guard.
Shit. I know not everyone is actually typing in chat, but is that like a useful or interesting thing when a streamer reads? Just like a dramatic reading of the lore books and stuff like that? No, I can't read. The NPC says no. Fezman, one thing I really love about your channel is both you and Maya's passion for the lore, and taking the time to read all the books, even in group dungeons, taking time in the quests, is where this game really shines. I agree, and thank you for saying that. I think part of it is that it's an MMO, so the tools that it has to sell the story moments and drama, and it can't do what Cyberpunk does, for example, or what God of War does. It struggles to be cinematic and to move the emotional needle. They pretty much only have voice acting to tug at our heartstrings and do that kind of stuff. But if you immerse yourself a little bit, you can get way more out of it. And I don't play the game like this 98% of the time, I've got to be honest. But when we do take the time to organize a lore run, yeah, we want to do it properly. And yeah, when I'm doing story quests that I haven't done before, so the NPC says no. Subtlety is saying I can't read.
The guard knows how to deal with the likes of you.
What?
A real criminal would have gotten away with that.
How are they seeing me? I don't get it.
If I turn you in...
Oh, it's not me, it's someone else. I'm staying out of this.
The guards will catch up to you.
They killed someone. Shocking. I read all the lore word by word, but only during dungeons and trial speedruns.
You should have left when you had the chance. Guards!
This person just giving 0 fucks. Anyway, I guess I'm not going to read the book. I could read it from here. Pro tip. That's the thing, if you get that, you can't see it, but it does pop up in... You can see my chat window just here. You see that it pops up in there. Book discovered. Then if you click on it, you can read it there. So you don't have to... If the book itself is in an awkward spot, you don't have to stand there and read the whole thing. A gift from the ESO team. What's that for? Does anyone else know what that's for? Anyway, I'll just scan it. You guys can do the same. Maybe got the gift from doing Vengeance. I wondered if it was that, yeah. I don't think I received it. They're supposed to have sent out a survey to only those players who actually participated in Vengeance with a link to the survey, and that was supposed to arrive via email. but I definitely didn't get it. So a lot of people are saying that. And a lot of people are filling out the survey who didn't do Vengeance because the link has been shared anyway. Kept this journal for Marius's benefit. 20 years gone. Time dulls the pain, but my grief is deeper now than it's ever been. Ooh. That's why she's such a hard ass. Oh, it's her son. Never told anyone what took place in the Cogitum all those years ago. So the seal wouldn't save her son. Marius is dying. We have to get back to him as soon as possible. He stood up and pursed his lips. I'm sorry, was his only reply. Oh, is this to do with the... So Sotha Seal remains in the Cogitum Centralis to this day. He says it was not possible. Is this to do with the pact? I don't know. That was to do with limiting the Daedra's activities on Nirn, though. I don't get it. But yeah, that's going to come back later, I'm sure. Anyway, let's...
You should have left when you had the chance. Guards!
I don't think she saw me. Is that like pickpocketing stuff? Lessons learned guarding caravans. This is kind of fun. Like bonus areas. Hey, there's a safe box. Don't mind if I do. Yeah, you missed the event due to work, didn't receive anything. Who's making breakfast? I have tummy grumbles. Yeah, I'm getting them too, man. But mine are lunchtime tummy grumbles. Tumbles. I have a gift from the ESO team. Anyone know what that is? If Khan needs us to explain what a gift is, mine needs to be really needs to be nicer to him. Maya is a pretty excellent gift giver, actually. If I look to my right, I could see a little pinky demon from Doom Eternal. It's actually pretty big. It's about the size of if you make two fists and put them together, it's a model about that size. And all four of its limbs are articulated, so I've got it in a position where it's charging like someone who's missed the bus and is running behind it with their hand in the air. Oh shit. I can't be here. I need to be quicker off the mark. That was a gift earlier this year from Maya. That's pretty fun. Khan lives for the torture Maya provides. I live for the snacks Maya provides, to be honest. Not only is she a chef, she's an absolute fucking master at just making anything taste amazing beyond belief. Like just a sandwich, you know? Or like eggs for breakfast or something like that. She'll do little touches that a regular person would never even think of. Yeah, I love that stuff. Oh, there is a hiding spot. Cool. An empty mounting socket. How convenient. Can we just jump down, do you think? Done. Simples. What kind of a name is Devaith, anyway?
I convinced Sotha Seal that the Congress requires yet another lecture on the sanctity of clockwork automata. He eagerly agreed. Seemed almost giddy about it. It was unsettling. Is all in readiness?
Yep, I placed the lamp. Everything is prepared.
Good. Seal's lecture should begin any moment now. Stand ready to activate the lamp. I'm reasonably certain that something will happen, but the specifics elude me. I guess this is what uncertainty feels like. What a novel change of pace.
Don't tell me I have to go back in there to activate the damn thing. So subtitles might be. Why no subtitles? Come on. Oh, there we go.
My word shapes, constructs, and controls. My authority is absolute. Keep to your modest experiments. Seek discovery outside the walls or in the confines of your own cloisters. Such is the will of Set, the mainspring everwild. Obey. Now,
I don't actually have the answer to that subtlety. Not off the top of my head.
What is that? What's happening?
Oh, that's cool. To see them all running out like that. Try not to do too much damage. So even when I'm not trying to do damage, it's still too easy.
curse you, outsider. I will return.
The voice of, curse you. That's brilliant. So if you live for the snacks provided, if you had to pick just one snack from mine, what would it be? Oh man, that's almost impossible to say. She does make a mean po' boy. This is a sandwich, basically, from the southern United States, particularly like New Orleans, Louisiana. Yeah, sort of deep south. Po' boy, yeah, I think it comes from poor boy, because it was a working class treat. Deep fried seafood and stuff like that. And I think it's 2 words. All right, where are we at then?
Time to discuss this, Varuni. Wittingly or unwittingly, Lord Set no longer serves the people of Clockwork City.
That's it, yeah. Poe apostrophe boy.
Gascon, where are you going? When news of this gets out, we need to issue a statement or at least gather the Congress for an emergency session.
I have urgent matters to attend to. Make whatever statement you like. I will return soon.
Don't worry, Provost. We'll help.
What is Gascon thinking? Honestly.
Man, she really reminds me of Morvith Clark. That's really fun. Can't believe none of you have seen Saint Maud. Outrageous. Drools at the look of the deep-fried, unhealthy goodness. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Po' Boy is just something special. Beignets as well, like deep south cooking. It's funny with Maya, because she's a chef and she learned to make pretty much anything you could throw at her at Leith's Academy of Leith School of Food and Wine. She studied there. Like genuinely, she had to commute for ages to get her diploma. And it's not a thing that you need in order to then go into like professional chefing, but it means that you'll immediately be taken seriously and you don't have to work your way up through like pots and pans and stuff like that. But I think it's especially helpful to women if they want to get started in professional kitchens, fine dining kitchens and stuff like that. Maya actually didn't work in that environment for that long, but she kept going with the food, and she would do this thing of like she would do a year or 6 months or whatever where we would do kaiseki, or, you know, sort of a particular style of food from around the world. And she had a deep south United States food era which lasted well over a year, because there's so much fun stuff in that culinary tradition. Such a melting pot, right? Just like the US in general, culturally. But you had a lot of the deep fried thing was brought over from Scottish settlers. Genuinely. And then adapting to a slave population, coastal region, along with more French culinary influences and cultural cues and stuff like that. Really, really fun. So you get this really weird mishmash. A little bit like, it's like the food version of the English language, which is a complete bastard son of a bastard son, you know? Total mix. And yeah, what you get is this really fantastic, unique new thing. So yeah, we've had definitely periods where it was harder to stay slim. I'll put it that way. Like when Maya was really into sushi, you know, that was expensive and there was a lot of eating, but it was a lot of fish and rice, so not too bad. When it's a lot of deep fried meat, different matter, right?
Well, that was enlightening.
Anyway,
to think I've been
getting back on topic.
Shadow all this time. It seems so lifelike. Far more advanced than my own, I'm sorry to say. Fascinating. It really is too bad we'll all be dead soon.
What, dead? How?
Well, I don't mean to alarm you, but I will be frank. If an imposter sits upon the throne aligned and learns how to wield the power of this place, a cataclysm will follow. We may yet discover a way to avert this disaster, but the chances are slim.
What do we do?
Stay with Varuni. With Sotha Seal exposed as an imposter, the Congress will fall into turmoil. In such chaos, dark truths always float to the surface. Pray they do so quickly. I have other inquiries to make. Stay vigilant. We will meet again soon.
Alright, take care of yourself.
My dear Lord Set, what happened to you? I can scarcely believe what we just witnessed. How could this happen? How could a shadow masquerade as Lord Set? The Father of Mysteries would never let such a thing happen. There must be another explanation.
And really, none of them noticed the whole voice changer thing? De Wraithfear knew something was wrong with Sothasil. We had to determine the cause.
Fear, of course. Always the iconoclast. I'll bet he's snickering at us even now. It doesn't matter. I appreciate your diligence. This has been a profoundly upsetting ordeal, but we must move forward. We must find the real Lord Set.
It seems like Chancellor Gascon, is it Gascon? Yeah, Gascon, has worries of his own.
Yes. He was acting strangely, wasn't he? He always chafed under Lord Set's rule. Now he finally has a pretext to seize control, and he slinks away like a broken basilisk. Curious. Too curious.
Hey Maya! That's Maya in chat, everyone. Ninja Pulse Gaming. Do you have worries of your own? I'll tell you what, let's be real schizophrenic here. I'm gonna also type as Ninja Pulse Gaming, because we're both logged in. Yeah, who dis? So that's me typing. How's it going, Maya? How you doing? Maya is out working. Working. Did you get all the delivery stuff sorted? I am warm. Maya, blink twice if you're still in the basement. Blink, blink. She's out on location. She's out in the open air. Well, somewhat. But yeah, everybody give it up for Maya, the life and soul of this channel. The body is just about working without you. I'll be honest, with the heat being what it is, I'm not wearing pants. I'm wearing shorts. It depends. If you mean pants... Yeah, thank you for the fart there, Maya. Lovely, lovely. If you mean pants like the Americans, so trousers, pantalon, then I think it's fine. If you mean that you're just hanging dong, then we didn't need to know that. But yeah, I've been rocking shorts like, hey, she blinked 3 times, or winked 3 times. What is that? I'm not naked, alright. So you meant pants in the American sense. See, in the UK, pants means either trousers, you know, not undergarments, but like clothes, or it means something that's really rubbish. Oh, that was pants. Yeah, 3 blinks equals still locked in the basement but working on getting out. Yeah, Maya, we miss you. So, yeah, quick reminder, because I haven't done it today. Maya and I are really trying to get the YouTube, the Discord and website don't make us any money, but you know what I mean. We're trying to get all those elements. YouTube, website, Discord, in-game guild, Twitch, all of that stuff, and our other little platforms for donations like Ko-fi and Patreon, all of that stuff. We're trying to get it to the point where it can support both of us being here to make more content for you guys, stream more stuff as well. I'm trying to stream and make videos and update the guides and everything at the same time, and I can't do all of it as well as I would like to. YouTube and Twitch together, I can just about do it, but it's a struggle. It'd be a lot easier if we could both do it, but currently it doesn't quite work. So if you'd like to live in a world where Ninja Pulse is truly firing on all cylinders and has the freedom to grow, please do consider subbing or gifting a sub. All of those, you know, typical things. But that's just because Maya isn't here and she's not here in person on mic to talk with you guys and with me. We would love that to be more of a thing. And would you look at that? Oh man, thank you so much. Wow. I had gifting 5 tier 1 subs to the community. You can't have my money. Oh wait, fuck, what? What? Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it. Yeah, that is what it feels like, though, Subtlety. It feels weird and bad to sort of have to put it out there, but we got to do it. So thank you for putting up with that. Thank you for putting up with ads and whatnot. But there are various things that we're going to need to do in order to make this viable. And we really, really, really appreciate your help enormously. Anyway, let's crack on talking to the provost. I really like this character, and she's not wrong about Gascon. What do you suggest we do?
Hello there.
Hello there.
In the meantime, we must do for ourselves.
Hey, Kieran.
Thank you for everything you've done. It appears we'll have to do a lot more before this is through.
Anything for a poor crippled boy like you. Thanks, man. Now I'm starting to think like a Poe crippled boy. Is that a Poe boy, but with an extra twist? I'm intrigued. Alright. By the way, Maya, I don't know if you're still listening, if you're able to, or if you just switched us on for a few minutes. But if not, I'll ask later, and yeah, she'll definitely get to hear this. But that we were talking about her po' boys as like the ultimate snack. It's a thing we haven't had in maybe 4 years. It's been a long time. So yeah, that's a bit of a deep cut. Alright, complete that quest.
Classic Gascon, fleeing to his chambers when things go poorly. I'm sure that news of Lord Set's condition has already made it to the streets. We have to move quickly to prevent a panic.
What can I do?
Try to talk to Gascon. He clearly doesn't care what I have to say, but he might listen to an exodromo. You remain, a novelty. No offense. We can't assemble the Congress without the Chancellor.
Alright, I'll find him. Where should I look?
Check his rectory in the west wing of the Basilica. He hides in there sometimes to nurse a bruised ego or write passive-aggressive memoranda. I'll try to settle the Apostle's nerves. Honestly, my nerves could use some settling.
I'll check it.
Don't let Gascon wriggle out of this. He has a duty and an obligation, as do I.
I just thought of something with all this talk of cinematic gameplay and God of War and Cyberpunk and Uncharted and these amazing like spectator games that are almost like watching an action film at times. I do wonder if the Elder Scrolls continues to be the massive successful juggernaut that it is in gaming, and I really hope it does. On the one hand, I don't want it to be mainstream because, I'm a nerd and I don't want it to be, the more mainstream it got with Oblivion and Skyrim, it did become a little less interesting compared to, say, Morrowind, Daggerfall. But I think Elder Scrolls Online has clawed back a lot of the weirdness. They brought back a lot of the horror and crazy and whimsy that perhaps Skyrim didn't have. Which is great. I really like that. I think it's to do with the quality and the range of writers. There have been so many writers on this game. I do wonder when this MMO is a dim and distant memory, is there any chance that people would make an Elder Scrolls game or multiple Elder Scrolls games, like episodic games that reimagine the stories and events that we're playing through right here? So this one, for example, but in like a AAA remastered kind of way. Isn't that an intriguing idea? Almost certainly nothing we could ever hope for. But some of the stories in ESO are that good. It would work so well. Especially if the engine was already up and running and you could sell them as like, I don't know, expansions to an existing game, or I don't know how that would work. It dilutes the lore and environment. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Sorry, like the Nord who lost trousers, yeah. He didn't just lose them, they were stolen by a witch. I love that. Again, a great reference to that quest in this game. But yeah, wouldn't you love to go to a AAA realized version of this Clockwork City and to see the events we're just seeing? That'd be a ton of fun. Too soon, obviously, but maybe one day. It might be a valid thing. Probably, I guess it would be more of a thing if ESO was a game that was like Fortnite, and loads of people who are playing it now were in their teens. But most of us aren't. You know, most of us are in our 20s, 30s, some older. Many older, actually, I think. So that the idea of like pitching that nostalgia doesn't have the same... It's not the same as Oblivion Remastered, right? Which many of us played when we were still pretty young. Anyway, are you all right, Provost?
What? Yes. Yes, I'll be fine. This makes no sense.
Oh, yeah, of course, that's what you meant. Sorry, Aheld. It dilutes the lore and the environment, making the games too mainstream. It does. Mainstream has to cater to quite a lot of players, and it can only do that by making sure it isn't too niche. But a little niche is what made Elder Scrolls fantastic. I also think, if we're going to be very simplistic about this, let's put that on Todd Howard, who is the guy who made Elder Scrolls so successful, but also quite mainstream. I don't think you need to have the one in order to have the other. Look at Cyberpunk. It's very weird. Yeah, we keep talking about this game today. And thank you for the follow, Zai. Welcome on in. Thanks very much for the follow. I don't think you need to make it... or Doom, the Dark Ages. That's weird as fuck. Doom Eternal? Possibly even weirder. But the gameplay at the core of them is obviously quite accessible. The world is very easy to get into. They have very high production value. All this kind of... Even The Witcher is pretty fucking weird at times. So I agree that that's what's happened as a result of the games becoming more mainstream. They've lost a lot of the edge and weird that made Morrowind such a peculiarly fascinating world to dip your toe into. But I don't think it's necessary. Anyway, also the Dune movies, they've been huge hits. That is an extremely weird universe, isn't it? But anyhow, what makes no sense?
I don't understand how a shadow could take Lord Set's place. Maybe this is some sort of test. But why test us? The Clockwork Apostles haven't strayed. We build and pray and experiment just as the holy texts dictate.
You don't think it's possible that Sothasil could be compromised?
Compromised? You make it sound as if Lord Set suffers some kind of defect, like a crimped duct or a stripped bolt or something. We're talking about a divine being. Gods can't be compromised. They exist without flaws. Right?
I love that question at the end. Right? Fezman, I loved how they incorporated lore introduced in ESO in the Oblivion Remastered character creation descriptions. Yeah, I thought so too. That was fun. Gives me hope what could be referenced in ES6 regarding this time period and these stories. Subtlety. I used to be an adventurer like you. Then I took a dildo in the ass. Hang on, no, I got that wrong. What does he take? I can't remember. That's such a German adjacent accent as well, that one. Some of the female voiceovers in Skyrim particularly skew quite Swedish, but with like a rolled R. They do sound like a Scandinavian accent. But then you got that, there's a couple of the male ones. They're basically doing Arnold Schwarzenegger. And why did you get Arnold for that? Exactly. Trying to think of something funny to say in Skyrim. Like a Skyrim chat. As Arnie. He's just, you know, impressions of him just never get old. Even when they're not that good, in my case. It might not be that simple. Yeah, exactly. Gods exist without flaws. Well, this guy used to be just like you. He was just a very, very smart cookie. He wasn't a god originally. Dude. Hey, Fezman, thanks for the follow. The Skyrim Whiterun God sounded exactly like Garland. Yeah, right? Thank you. So my impression can't have been that bad if it got a follow out of you. I'll take it. I don't think she is still here, but yeah, if you're still here, Maya, please clip Khan saying, until I took a dildo in the ass. Oh, don't worry, that bit will be back one day. It'll be fine. Alright, it might not be that simple.
Do you know what the sermons say? Complexity belies the truth. The world rests on simple principles. Set is the truth and the light. Understand the simple, and you understand the obscure. I do appreciate your candor. Let's pick this up again later.
Bozti, try saying Malabal Tor in Swedish accent. In a Danish accent, it would be Malabal Tor. Malabal Tor. It would be in Swedish Malabal Tor. In Sweden, they emphasize a little bit different, you know? The emphasis is up and down and hytti. I don't speak Swedish. It's actually really bad. I would love to understand Swedish better. I have family in Sweden. But I think most Danes understand Swedish very well. The closer you live to the closer you live to Sweden, basically, the more likely you are to have a really good handle on that. But the accent, the dialect, and sort of colloquialisms can keep Swedes and Danes from understanding one another. But the languages are essentially very, very similar. Absolutely. Psst, I know who you are. Hail cities. That's so true. Not the Swedish chef. It's more like Tor with a strong O. Malabal Tor. Malabal Tor. I don't hear enough Swedish being spoken, sadly, to have a firm grip on that. But man, there are so many fun impressions I'd love to wrap my arms around. But it's difficult. They take time. They take study, almost. Ooh, there's a shrike in here. I'm surprised that didn't just one-shot her. Alright, Gascoigne's Memorandum. Fellow Apostles, a matter of no small import recently came to my attention, and I must attend to it forthwith. I apologize for any disruption to my brief... I apologize for any disruption my brief absence might cause. Please refer any urgent questions to my aid. There's no need for alarm, everything is fine. Please carry on in a manner befitting your station. Yours in faith, G. That's not what you write. There's no need for alarm, everything is fine. Just don't write it. Classic. Classic error. There's one. They say the Scots and therefore Reachman can't say purple burglar alarm. Yeah, I mean, not all Scottish accents are the same, obviously. But purple burglar alarm. Yeah, that's if you're doing the whole rolled R thing. But then you can say that about people from Liverpool as well. Purple burglar alarm.
The factotums reported a strange energy signature in Gascoigne's rectory. Did you find anything odd in there?
Yeah, actually I did. I found a creature, some kind of Daedra, a pale woman by the look of it.
Sounds like a nocturnal shrike. By the gears, how did that thing make it past our security coils? Is Gascoigne
Dead? I don't know. He left this note.
not suspicious at all, is it? A sudden departure followed by a Daedra attack.
We won't know until we find him.
You're right. I knew Gascoigne was a conceited sluggard, but consulting with Daedra? I pray it's not true. We need to discover what he has at the Daedra covert. Proctor Luciana might be able to organize a search. She just left to disperse a crowd.
I need to look up who this voice actor is, because I'm absolutely loving like almost every line she reads. It's really nicely done. I like the sound of it. Is it just me? Subtle D. All Scottish people are either Michael Myers or Sean Connery with no in between. If you say so. Michael Myers. His Scottish accent was not terrible, but it was not bang on. I just think by like the standards of a, I know he's Canadian, but you know, the standards of someone from the US or US adjacent doing a genuine attempt at a Scottish accent, it was pretty good. It's up there. You're the man now, dog. Sean Connery impression. Where's that from? And Bozty, did I improve a little bit after your pronunciation note there? How dare? Welcome to the family, Cypher 504. Welcome on in. Thank you for the follow. Very kind. How are you? Hope you're having a good weekend so far. We're just getting started. Alright, so she wants us to go and talk to Proctor Luciana. I always want to say Professor rather than Proctor. Anyone else think of... I know they're not good. The Police Academy movies. Anyone else think of Proctor? Like that character when they hear that word? I'll go and talk to her.
I hope you catch Gascoigne soon. We need to know what he knows immediately.
Shrek be the best from Mike Myers. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, don't get me wrong. It is quite good. And I like... Shrek 2 in particular is like... genuinely smart. The way that it takes the piss out of not only fairy stories, but particularly the Disneyfication of fairy stories. I wonder how many people even know that most of the Disney stories that are actually based on a real... they're based on an original source. Disney changed the ending to make it happy. Like, the Little Mermaid fucking dies. That's the whole point of the story. The story has no point unless she dies at the end. The whole point is that you cannot be what you're not. So stop wasting time wishing it was so. Maybe that moral is actually problematic in the modern age. Who knows? People take issue with that. But obviously it's meant philosophically. And Cypher, yeah, so far, yes. Have a good one. Thanks very much. Pursuit of Happiness. Grim Tales. Yeah. Gilderbots. I guess I'm super old. Suppose not a lot of you got to experience the whole... YTMND. Sean Connery said that line in a movie called Finding Forrester. I've heard of Finding Forrester. I'm struggling with YTMND. Now I'm feeling old. And Buzz T, yeah, no, big love for Shrek. What kind of quest? You know? It's a great performance. Oh, I see. You even told me. What the fuck? Oh, I love streaming. Is such a great way to make yourself look like an absolute clown. Moving swiftly on. Does Gascoigne own birds?
Birds? Not that I'm aware of. He might be tinkering with some kind of avian automaton, but he rarely discusses that sort of thing with me. Why do you ask?
I saw black feathers all over his office.
Wait, feathers? From a live bird?
Yeah, is that unusual? Is that unusual? I ask, in a world where there are almost no living creatures, apart from the apostles themselves.
Unprecedented. As far as I know, no living bird has ever set foot or wing in Clockwork City. And even if they did, they wouldn't last long. Not a lot of worms crawling around here. They do eat worms, right?
No. Some. Anyway, it looks like the end of that streak.
Fascinating. I've always wanted to see one. Under better circumstances, of course. I'll notify our naturalists once we resolve this situation with Gascoigne.
Do you have any idea where Gascoigne might have gone?
I'm afraid not. Gascoigne keeps his own counsel about what he does outside the Basilica. He spent a few days out in the Radius last month, but that's hardly unusual. Apostles conduct research outside the fortress all the time.
Do you know what kind of things he tends to study?
Mathematics, mostly. Predictive theory, spherical values...
Spherical values.
That sort of thing. He just published a dissertation on transdimensional calculation, making inferences on how numbers change during planar travel. Impressive work.
Okay, interesting. How so?
The specificity of his calculations just boggles the mind. It's almost as if he had access to a planar rift. Oh no.
The Shrike. You think you might be studying a Daedric portal?
I don't want to even consider it. Not until we have proof.
Awesome. So, Buster, you mean Shrek doesn't save the princess and the donkey lives happily forever after? What happens to the dragon? Yeah. I just thought Shrek 2 was really clever. I mean, it's coloured a little bit by the fact that my sister studied English here in England, and she actually got one of the top... This is what it's like to be me sometimes. She actually got one of the top firsts in her year at Oxford University, which is like a big fucking deal. And one of her dissertations was about fairy stories and, you know, oral tradition into literature, the earliest forms of literature like Beowulf and these kind of things. And then she also taught... I read it a long time ago, but she also like brought in Disney and then Shrek and talked about their evolution, the evolution of this tradition of storytelling. And that was part of her whole thing. And I remember Shrek 2 was like a key text for her in one of the parts of that whole discussion. It was really interesting. I hadn't really thought of it like that. I just thought of it as a clever little animation that had some funny jokes in it, great voice acting, and took the piss out of Disney. But like, she demonstrated that, consciously or not, the writers were doing something quite a lot deeper. That was kind of interesting. Werewolf. I sense Maya is back. Exactly. Well, my sister would typically say that, oh, no, my brother's the smart one. But, she's wrong. No, my sister's a smart cookie, but she also worked very, very hard. In a way that I didn't at university, I must admit. I mean, I worked hard, but...
I'm not here to speculate on Lord Set's...
Oh, let's just listen to this, actually.
I'm here to clear the square.
You don't know, do you? I knew it. This is a disaster.
If you want to panic, do so in your own homes, not in the public square. Now disperse, or be dispersed. Get them moving.
I like that. If you want to panic, do it in your own homes. I mean, you wouldn't fuck with someone who was using that as an offensive weapon.
Portal to oblivion.
But yeah, my point was that it's just a really interesting series, actually, Shrek. In a way that you wouldn't necessarily expect. Like, the first two movies genuinely are asking an interesting question, which is like, what do these fairy stories, what relevance do they actually have, and how does that change as society changes? Again, like, the writers weren't necessarily thinking of all that philosophical stuff. They may have been, they may not have been, but willingly or unwillingly, they sort of ask those questions. I love it. You don't have to be dumb to be mainstream. But then they made Shrek 3 and 4, and they were absolutely terrible. Who's Maya? The best stories always are. Even the Iliad was purely oral before Homer wrote it down. Yeah, I mean, he put it into verse, you know, which obviously I'm guessing it wasn't. That didn't exist in the oral tradition, but and when we talk about oral traditions, I feel like a school teacher. Get your sniggering out of the way. Boys and girls. Like the small detail of the guards' weapons being hammers. Wouldn't want to use swords against the fabricated metal wildlife. That's a really good call, yeah, I'd never thought of that. But yeah, you're right, it's all maces. And mauls in Clockwork City. Right, let's talk to the Proctor. What's up?
If you're looking for Lord Set, I don't know where he is. I will find out, though. Count on it.
I'm not here to discuss that. It's Gascon.
Gascon? What has he done now? I can't keep up with the complaints.
He's buggered off.
Good. Maybe a fabricant ate him. Our luck has to change at some point.
Jesus. He might be consorting with Daedra. I found a nocturnal shrike in his office and this odd note. Come on, Luciana, wake up.
So, he finally graduated from corrupt hobbyist to professional villain. I'm almost relieved. Now we can finally give him what he deserves. I assume you informed your sponsor, Provost Varuni?
Yep, she wants you to organize a citywide search so we can bring him in for questioning.
A citywide search? I can't spare enough apostles to search a broom closet. Reports are flooding in from the radius. Stories about fanatics in black robes, pale-skinned Daedra, living shadows. We may have a full-scale invasion on our hands.
Can you spare anything?
I have one asset I can spare. I know an artificer, Dalamar. He takes some getting used to, but you won't find a better tinkerer. He can help you find Gascon, guaranteed. Go talk to him. He set up shop near the tenements. Slag Town.
Oh, the way she delivers that line. Slag Town. Alright, I'll go talk to Dalamar.
I knew that slag-addled piece of garbage Gascon would turn on us eventually. We should have dealt with this decades ago.
Can I ask you about your enhancements? Are you fully functional for the Star Trek fans out there?
You can ask.
How do they work?
I have a crank in between my shoulder blades. One of my auxiliaries winds me up every morning before breakfast. That's a joke.
Do you even know how they work?
In the same way as every other clockwork automata. A combination of engineering and sorcery that would take a century to explain. The machinery keeps me alive. I know it's unsettling to look at, but no one ever said life in Clockwork City was fair.
So it is. They do actually touch on it. That she's like decked out with cyberware. Yeah, I love that joke. She's a very no-nonsense kind of lady. And Fezman, that's a really good point, Kieran. It is, isn't it? Well spotted. Great world building when you do stuff like that. I remember seeing that thing about the production design, the costume design for the Uruk-hai in the Lord of the Rings, that they're extremely aggressive, so they need to be armored at the front. But they should never run away. Like, Saruman doesn't ever want to see them coming back from a battle, so they have literally no armor on their backs. And that allows them to move a lot faster because they're only carrying half as much weight. I thought that was a really... That's quite a fantastical bit of design. But hey, it's a fantasy setting, so that was a really cool detail. Alright. How exactly did you wind up in the Clockwork City?
The same as you, I wager. A combination of heroism and coincidence. I served Riemann Cyrodiil as a battle mage during the Akaviri Troubles and the Valenwood annexation.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That would make her extremely old. The Rayman Emperors have been gone like 200 years at this point, right? She served Rayman Cyrodiil as a battle mage during the Akaviri Troubles and the Valenwood annexation. So it happened during a battle.
Yes, I'm still not exactly sure what happened. During the Valenwood campaign, I locked staves with a wood elf spell leader named Keladith. He was deceptively powerful, wiry, quick as a skeever trap. I remember cleaving his staff with a summoned blade.
And that sent you here?
Possibly. I think he was in the midst of a translocation spell when my sword made impact. There was an explosion and a bright light. When I woke, I was splayed out in the radius. Mangled.
Yikes. And so the seal found you?
Yes. His factotum scooped up what was left of me and brought me here. He mended my wounds and replaced what couldn't be mended with metal. I asked him why. Because one day you will shine a light, he said. And that was that.
Wow. Yeah, she was from the first era, man. Yeah, she's way more than 200 years old. It's right. Because there's the whole Akaviri potentates interregnum in that period. And it's when they finally are finished off. And you get the Longhouse Emperors, and then that's when the proper interregnum starts. Shortly afterwards, the Alliance War, and that's the era that we are in right now. Towards the end of the Second Era. So this is Second Era 582. And she was still alive in the First Era. So, what gives? Do people age differently here in Clockwork City? Is he always that vague?
Always. Take my advice. If we manage to find the real Set, don't expect him to embrace you as a friend. We're all cogs in his eyes. Valuable. Beautiful, even. But ultimately expendable. You either grow to accept that, or you turn out like Gascon.
Hey, Vanilla Droid, welcome on in. You are very, very welcome. Thanks for the follow. And a name like Vanilla Droid makes you the perfect viewing partner for this particular quest line. That is crazy. So she's nearly 800 years old. And Ahel's saying, no thanks, life would be boring by that point. Clockwork City time is different. There's also the augments. Yeah. But like, look at that side of her face. It still looks very youthful. Like no more than like 40. But that actually reminds me of something. I love it when writers, movie makers, video games, whatever, when they take a fantastical... This is the basis of science fiction that I'm about to describe, basically. But they take a fantastical idea like this. Imagine living for X amount of time, or vampirism, or various other types of immortality, and then they ask themselves, what would a real, like a genuinely, what would real people do? What would they feel? What would they think? How would they react if they were put in that position? And there's an awesome movie, or I really liked it, by Jim Jarmusch, called Only Lovers Left Alive, and it's about a couple of vampires who they don't really do almost anything vampiric in the film. They just go out at night, but they're super old. And they just read. They read. They constantly read literature. because I guess they're tired of trying to keep up with pop culture when their lives are so long, and everyone they've ever known or cared about is dead. Eventually you just become numb to it, and it's Tilda Swinton and Tom Hiddleston as the couple, and they will meet up and live together, then they'll live apart for decades or centuries, and then they'll come back and find each other. It's a really interesting film. I would check it out if you are into that kind of vampire romantic idea. If you've enjoyed that kind of atmospheric thing before, but haven't seen anything quite like this, thought it was cool. I'm pretty sure Anton Yelchin shows up as well. It's just a few years before he died. Anyway, that was a bit of a random one, but yeah, you just reminded me of that. So life would be boring at that point. Suddenly they take a fantastical idea and then take a shit on it. Yeah, bad sci-fi does exactly that. You're not wrong. Anyway, and this is one of the reasons, if you've heard me grumble about superhero movies and how it's really time for us to move on to anything else. This is one of the big problems I have with that whole genre. They usually don't even try to ask that question in an interesting way. What would a person actually do if ... They're too busy with creating like manufactured drama and rivalry and face-offs and these grand fights that just, yeah. That's what I miss, always. Like that question. So that's where I think your comment belongs. In that area, for sure. What do you mean? They do try. They even tried firing 3/4 of the writing team to have even more CGI. Exactly. But because audiences keep going, the people making them are thinking, well, we're obviously doing everything right, so... Yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. Alright, so, you either grow to accept that, or you turn out like Gascon. Like Gascon, what do you mean?
Yes. Bitter. Sullen. Probably traitorous. And, if I get my way, dead.
What are your thoughts on this shadowy imposter?
I think we should destroy it. If only to convince the people it can be destroyed. I'm already getting reports from citizens convinced that their neighbor or their friend is actually a shadow. Another few weeks of this, it will not end well.
Yeah, that's true. The shadow took some of Sotha Seal's power. If we destroy it, Sotha Seal may be diminished.
I'm prepared to live with that.
You're alright with your god losing his power?
I made a vow to protect the Clockwork City and its inhabitants. If sacrifices have to be made, we should all be prepared to make them, Lord Set included.
Yeah, I agree with her. I like this character. And Kieran, I agree with you as well. Don't forget, the character development happened in between films. How convenient.
How dare you, Planet? Your mother wanted a better future for you.
Because a back totem with delusions of grandeur told
Oh yeah, I remember that little side quest. Anyway, we're not here to dunk on superhero movies or anything else. Let's talk to Artificer Dalamar. This guy.
All full of fleshy bits. Not a scrap of brass on you, is there? That won't do. That will not do. I can fix you up. No bother at all. Maybe new feet. You need new feet, don't you?
No thanks. I need to track a missing person. Luciana said you might have something that can help.
A missing person? How mysterious. You wouldn't be looking for Sotha Seal, would you? I hear rumors, you know. All kinds of rumors. Something about him turning into a crow. Or was it a frog? Never mind. Luciana did you a favor. I have just the thing.
Good. Can I see it?
Whoa! Cool those cogs, you twitchy rascal. This little scrap heap should do the trick. Meet Snuffler,
The tracking Nix.
Snuffler. Alright, where's Giondrio? We need him to make one of these.
Keep close to Snuffler, but not too close, you know. He spooks easily, and when he spooks, someone typically gets stabbed. Just a friendly warning. Good luck.
So the hashtag ask me about my wiener? What? Okay.
Here he goes! I just replaced his leg springs, so try to keep up.
Hey. Stop. Camel time. Oh, look at this. What a cute little cavalcade of clockwork nonsense. I don't know, he could move a little bit faster. Just saying. Jonah Hill in the 2006 film Accepted. Don't know that film. Tell me more. Actually pretty amazing so far. The story has barely taken place outside of the fortress. So I guess that's all about to change. I'd like to propose that when and if Mayan can't get another cat, it should be called Snuffler.
Oi! Wake up, Johnny! Visitors! Ah, you're useless.
Ralmir. Rarlmir? That's a fun one to say in an American accent. And on that note, I think I might leave the quest there for now. And it's actually 1:30 now here, my time, so I want to say thank you very, very much for hanging out with me today. That was, that was actually a really fun idea. It was something Maya and I have talked about trying anyway, to do more story content, because yeah, as Fezman has been saying, we do love it around here. We should really try and incorporate more of the lore and all of the other things that we kind of admire and enjoy. I could just get a bit of a kick out of, aside from just DPS, 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 patch notes, which is all very well and good. I enjoy that stuff as well, don't get me wrong. And people like to have resources around that, but there's more to the game, quite clearly. So thank you for joining me in a little exploration of that. Let's see who we can raid off to. We will be back again tomorrow. I want to thank you guys again for all of the awesome followage and the subs. Thank you so much, Ahelt. Massively appreciated. Right, who's streaming ESO? Hey, Red Spectre is on. Hey, let's go say hi to Red. We haven't raided Red in a while. Alright, let's do it. He's playing ESO. So, right, I want you guys to do two things. Stick around and hang out with Red Spectre, at least for a few minutes. He's always a giggle, that guy. I'm not sure what he's up to, but it's always fun. No. Yes, subtlety. Everyone's got to do this. And the second thing is, if you wouldn't mind. The first message is for those who aren't subbed. The second one is for those who are subbed. And therefore the animated emojis work. If you want to copy and paste or type something in there when we raid off, that's always a lot of fun. And always much appreciated by the streamer. So yeah, I just want to say one more time, thank you. Really appreciate your company today. It's always appreciated, never expected. We do our very best not to take you guys for granted at any point. And yeah, keep coming. We love it. We're going to keep upgrading these streams, making them more varied, more interesting for everyone. So yeah, I'm going to raid off in just a moment. Fezman, great content as always, Khan. Thanks for hanging out. Thank you so much for saying that. It's reassuring to know we can just do some story and still hang out together, and it works. Alright, have a wonderful weekend, everyone. We will be back tomorrow. Have a great Saturday. You're the best. See you later.